You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's January the 5th, 2026, and welcome to Psychedelics Cannabis Educational News. Good morning, Rev Cindy. How you doing?
Good morning, Al. I'm doing pretty fantastic. How about yourself?
Not too bad myself. I can tell you, though, when I look out the window, I'm seeing snow, and the forecast is calling for 10 more centimeters of it.
By the time that gets here, we're supposed to have like plus 10 degrees, so it's going to be all rain.
Oh, really, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's coming, though. It is coming. Rain is in our forecast for this week as well. So,
yeah,
you know exactly what you're feeling. So today, actually, holidays, we're back, we're live. Holidays are over. We've been shut down for, what, 10 days now, I guess? Other than Christmas Day, we ran a couple of videos, music videos. But other than that, yeah, we took the week off. I didn't even... Other than setting things up for Christmas Day, I never even turned my computer on.
No, we had planned to have a couple of meetings during the time off. We were going to come back and be different, and, well, different will just have to come later in the year.
It's right. It'll come. All right. I see we got some viewers. If you're watching us on YouTube, don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button. And other than that, let's go get started on the news for 2026.
Yes, coming to us from International Cannabis Business Conference, the Czech cannabis legalization officially takes effect.
Good stuff. As the clock struck midnight Central European time, a historic public policy change took effect in the Czech Republic. Starting today, adults who are 21 years old or older in Czechia can cultivate up to 3 cannabis plants for recreational purposes. Additionally, adults in the European country can possess up to 100 grams of cannabis in their homes and 25 grams away from their homes. Now, they've joined Malta, Luxembourg, and Germany as legalized European nations. Cannabis is also currently legal for adult use in Uruguay, Canada, and South Africa.
Yeah, this was all of January 1st, 2026. Really exciting.
Right.
Coming to us from the Prague Daily News and its local coverage, they said legal cannabis cultivation will henceforth be permitted only for persons aged 21 and older. In addition, cultivation may take place only in a property owned by the individual or in premises to which they have a legal right to use, such as under a rental agreement. The law does not set requirements for securing the plants or specify particular cultivation methods. Cannabis can be grown indoors, outdoors, or in a greenhouse. They continue to say cultivation of up to 3 cannabis plants with a THC content of over 1% is permitted. Cultivating 4 to 5 plants is considered an administrative offense, while 6 or more plants constitutes a criminal offense.
Sales of the adult use cannabis products with THC content of over 1% will remain prohibited in the Czech Republic for the time being. Cannabis advocates there will continue to push for cultivation associations and regional adult use cannabis commerce pilot trials, such as are allowed in a handful of other European jurisdictions.
Mm-hmm.
There's some information there. And there you go. So,
wow.
Welcome to the countries of legalization.
Yes. Very
Yes,
exciting.
exactly.
Second
Now,
one, write that down on places I want to travel to.
yes, exactly. Good stuff. Now, from that, we have a different perspective on the other end, on things and how things can change. Next story.
Yeah. Coming to us from the nation, 7,000 plus cannabis shops close as rules tighten. Patients are assured.
Close. Uh-oh. It says that Thailand's health minister says that over 7,000 cannabis shops shut down in 2025 as renewals slump, with new licenses limited to 4 legal facility types and patients assured of access. Now, the story says that public health minister Patana Prompat said on Monday that the ministry had been briefed on progress on a draft ministerial regulations governing permits to study, research, export, sell, or possess controlled herbs for commercial purposes after it was approved by the cabinet.
Yeah, he said the existing 2016 ministerial regulation did not reflect the current cannabis landscape, and that a dedicated control mechanism was needed for the export, sale, and processing of cannabis for commercial use in order to protect consumers and reduce impacts on communities. Under the new regulation, he said, it would be made clear that sellers must be legally designated facilities with doctors responsible for prescribing and clearly identified personnel authorized to dispense cannabis to users. He added that Thailand had sufficient medical personnel in the relevant fields to support the licensing system.
You know, whatever happened to legalization? Remember, they were legal in
Yeah.
Thailand. Now look at what's happened. Shops that still hold a valid license will be able to continue using them. Tana says, however, once the new regulations take effect, any license renewal or new application will have to comply with the new criteria. He says that cannabis-related businesses will have to adapt, and operators will need to consider the process. He says, adding that the ministry would ensure patients who require cannabis to treat medical conditions would not be left without medicine.
Here's hoping. He said that because dispensing would be carried out by doctors and medical facilities, hospitals nationwide would be able to accommodate demand and had licensed personnel in place. Patients who use cannabis for treatment will certainly not face shortages, he said. According to the latest official figures on cannabis establishments, as of December 28th, 2025, there were 18,433 such businesses nationwide. In 2025, licenses for 8,636 cannabis shops expired, but only 1,339 renewal applications were filed, about 15.5%. A further 7,297 shops did not seek renewal, leaving an estimated 11,136 establishments.
Looking ahead, the ministry said 4,500 licenses are due to expire in 2026, and 5,200 will expire in 2027. Now, the new ministerial regulations would upgrade establishments by limiting eligible premises to those specified by law, medical facilities, pharmacies, herbal product retailers, or the workplace of a traditional healer.
It would also require effective odor and smoke elimination systems to prevent a nuisance or disruption to nearby residents, and stipulate that licensed premises must be located on property the applicant owns or has legal rights to occupy. On shortage and quality standards, the rules require an appropriately sized warehouse space with cannabis stored separately to avoid contamination. Establishments must control temperature and humidity, avoid direct sunlight, and must not place products directly on the floor.
The regulations also raise standards for staff, requiring at least one on-duty worker at all times who has completed training provided by the Department of Thai Traditional and Alternative Medicine to ensure operations meet professional and safety requirements. And during the transition period, existing licenses will remain valid until they expire. However, renewals must immediately follow the new rules once the regulation takes effect. Applications submitted before the regulation comes into force will also be assessed under the new standards. There you go. To Thailand, which at one time was
Fully
Yeah.
legal.
fully legal. Their prime minister gave away 1 million seeds. They had all those stores and everything open, and now everything's shutting down. It's all going to the medical end, which is great that there's the medical access and everything is being guaranteed and all that. But unfortunately, the recreational looks like it's been shut down.
Yeah, I don't see that lasting. Tourism. I mean, it all comes back to money, and as the rest of the world comes on board, I see hopefully, fingers crossed, it coming back to full legalization. There's a lot of
Yeah.
tourism money that can be lost there.
Big time. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
and the businesses. There's a huge amount of businesses and employment
All the,
and all
all
that.
of them, yeah, all those
Yeah,
jobs just
exactly.
gone.
So we've gone from country legalizing, a country that is basically reverting back to almost the old way, and a country that's still deciding. And that's in our next headline. Here we go.
Yeah, coming to us from Marijuana Moment. DOJ could ignore Trump's cannabis rescheduling directive, congressional researchers suggest.
What? In the days since President Donald Trump signed an executive order on cannabis rescheduling this month, there's been some misreporting that the deal is officially done. But as congressional researchers note in the new paper, the reclassification must still be finalized. And there's a chance the Justice Department could opt to start the process all over again, or even not even complete it at all. What the president did, though, through his executive action, was to direct the Attorney General to expeditiously complete the process of moving cannabis to Schedule 1 to 3 of the Controlled Substances Act in accordance with a proposed rule initiated under the Biden administration. Short of that sign-off, cannabis still remains Schedule 1 drug.
Yeah. At the time the executive order was issued, the agencies had not taken final action on the proposed rescheduling, and it remains to be seen whether and when they will do so. This is coming from the Congressional Research Services, and they said this in an analysis published, last week. It remains to be seen whether the DOJ will take final action to reschedule cannabis, and if so, when and how the agency will act. So far, the Justice Department has been silent on potential next steps. Attorney General Pam Bondi did not appear at Trump's signing ceremony for the cannabis executive order, and DOJ has not responded to repeated requests for comment from Marijuana Moment.
Now, that's not necessarily indicative of resistance to the president's directive, especially considering the department is dealing with unrelated controversies, such as the disclosure of files associated with Jeffrey Epstein. But without DOJ input on the rescheduling issue since Trump signed the order, questions have arisen as to how the order will be executed and how long the process will take. Now, DOJ could potentially finalize the May 2024 proposed rule or issue a new proposed rule, CRS said in the new report. The president cannot directly change the status of cannabis under federally controlled substances law, but can direct executive agencies to reconsider rescheduling cannabis, as President Trump did in December 2025's executive order. As in
past reports on rescheduling, the independent agency's analysis notes that classification of cannabis can be altered by either the executive branch or Congress. If Congress seeks to change the legal status of cannabis, it has broad authority to do so before or after the DEA makes any final scheduling decision, CRS said, adding that there have been attempts in recent sessions to pass legalization to reschedule or legalize cannabis altogether.
Either reform could raise additional legal questions, however, it said. For example, the Food and Drug Administration currently regulates certain cannabinoids-based prescription drugs. So it's possible that legislators may work to create broader regulatory framework for cannabis. It says that, according to the report, it says that while most recent proposals would relax federal regulation of cannabis, Congress could also seek to impose more stringent controls. The report continues by pointing out to GOP-led bills to continue to prevent cannabis businesses from taking federal tax deductions even if the plant is rescheduled.
Mhm. The tax parity impact of moving cannabis to Schedule 3 is one of the more significant reasons industry stakeholders have been pushing for the incremental reform, even if it doesn't immediately legalize cannabis. Beyond that, a Schedule 3 designation would symbolically recognize the plant's medicinal value and loosen certain research restrictions tied to Schedule 1 drugs. Meanwhile, a coalition of Republican state attorney generals are criticizing Trump's decision to federally reschedule cannabis, saying cannabis is properly classified as a Schedule 1 drug with no accepted medical use and a high potential for abuse.
Yeah. Earlier this month, the group of House and Senate Republican lawmakers also sent letters urging Trump not to reschedule cannabis. Trump, however, dismissed those concerns, pointing out that an overwhelming majority of Americans support the reform, that cannabis can help people who are suffering from serious health issues, including his personal friends. There you go.
I think that last line screams volumes.
Yeah. Yeah. Including his
All of a
friends.
sudden, his personal friends need this as a medicine, and now it's being rescheduled.
I know.
We've seen that kind of stuff before.
And as the article says, and it's rightly pointed out there, that even though he said all he did was restart the process. The process doesn't have an end yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. So they may not even get there. Who knows? This
Time will tell.
Time will tell. That's right. But we'll keep an eye on that. That's for sure.
We always do.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. All right. Time for us to go one more story before we go to break. And here we go.
Here we go. Coming to us from StratCan, micros continue to be the most popular cannabis license type in 2025.
Yep. Micros continue to be the most common type of new federal cannabis license issued in 2025, accounting for nearly 3/4 of all new licenses. The total number of active federal cannabis licenses as of December 31st, 2025 was 920. The majority of these, 485, are micro license holders, while another 400 are standard license holders. Another 16 are nurseries, while 19 are licensed only for medical sales. There are 303 medical licenses in total. You know, Cindy, I can remember when there was like maybe 7 micros, if that, and everybody else was a giant company.
Listen, when I many of us first got into cannabis when there was one licensed producer.
Yeah,
which was terrible. And then when
plant systems.
Yeah, when I started working in cannabis, there were 27. And I was able to, within 2 years, go through all of them. And they were all I think all of those 27 are now, I don't know, the Canopy Collective or whatever it is. They bought each other out to the point of there's only a couple of major ones that own all of these little ones. And
right.
I smirked when you read that because, 485 micro license holders, I would say 484 of those are legacy growers who were able to move over and stop having to constantly look over their shoulder. And I'm so happy for them. Yeah. A total of 102 new federal cannabis licenses were issued in 2025. Of these, 76 of those, which is a lot, were micros. 20 were standards and 5 were licensed for medical sales only. And only 1 was a nursery. In 2025, there was a total of 90 license, revokes, 74 listed as revoked on request, and 16 listed as revoked by the minister. Interesting. Additionally, 16 licenses were listed as suspended, 11 of which were removed from the suspension list, and 8 were listed as expired.
Why did the minister revoke them?
That's a really good question. I wish that answer was in here.
Yeah. In 2025, Health Canada also changed the micro license category by increasing cannabis space and processing capacity by a factor of 4. This expanded the maximum micro cultivation area from 200 square meters to 800, and the annual processing capacity for microprocessors from 600 kilograms to 2,400 kilograms, and that's of dried cannabis. So,
Yes.
yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, you go ahead.
Okay, all right, I won't argue. As a result, there were 39 standard license holders that pivoted to a micro cultivation license in 2025, along with one nursery pivoting to a micro cultivation license. There were also 2 micro license holders that transitioned to a standard license in 2025. There you go.
That's just also interesting, right? Like, because you've got 39 standards that pivoted to
Micros, yeah.
right, and that's just really, really cool. And it's nice to see that. I mean, there were a couple that grew so big they had to transition to standard.
Yeah, and I could see some of them went down because of well, actually, the micro licenses increased because of the numbers went
Giving
up by
them the
4.
ability to move over.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It made
Yeah.
it so it was more appealing because of the fact that they enlarged the numbers for the micros.
Yeah.
So that probably became more appealing to a lot of people. And as you said, a lot of people from the legacy market transitioned over.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's like I have pre-rolls. Like, I mean, all my pre-rolls are from micro growers. And one of the people here that did it, he was a lobster fisherman. The stuff is only grown here in Nova Scotia. It's only sold here in Nova Scotia. I take it everywhere with me when I go. But this particular Seativa is what the name is. I don't know if I can get it to come in. SEATIVA. So it's Seativa. And this was a lobster fisherman who grew his own cannabis for his own purposes using aquaponics, and he had for years. And he with the laws changing and whatnot, he was able to retire from lobster fishing and open up a micro grow. And when all of these laws changed and he was able to expand a bit, and his stuff is like, he's got old school strains that he's growing, that he's been growing for 50 years.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's good cannabis. He really knows what he's doing.
Good. All right. It's time for us to take a break. But before I take a break, it's time for me to say happy heavenly birthday to my mother. She would have been 93 today.
93 today.
Yeah, she would have been. Yeah.
Well, happy heavenly birthday to you, Al's mom.
She passed away in 2019. All righty. Off we go. Time for us to take that break. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We'll see you in less than 3 minutes.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Re-rolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
That way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And we're back from our commercial break to bring you 4 more news articles. Mind you, 3 of them are going to be like top 10 type stories of events that happened over 2025, and I would suspect that we will have more before you know it, because every publication is, a lot of them are putting those top 10 or top 25 lists out, and everybody have their own different opinion as far as what the top stories are.
Yes.
Right? So we'll get into those after we get the story done.
Which I think is the funniest story to come out of 2025.
I think it's listed as one of the stories. Yeah, exactly. Okay, here we go.
Here we go. Coming to us from cannabis.net. Scromating. The latest cannabis scare tactic from Big Pharma's playbook.
Scromating. Yes. Have you scromated yet? No? Well, buckle up, because that's the latest buzzword that the propaganda machine wants you to associate with cannabis. And if you haven't heard of it yet, don't worry, you will. They're making sure of that. Let me guess. You saw a headline in the past few days about this terrifying new condition sweeping the nation, scromating, the disturbing cannabis-linked condition, increasing worldwide panic and fear. Think of the children, or maybe you caught it on your local news, delivered with the special blend of concern and sensationalism that screams, "We need you to be very afraid of this plant."
Oh my God. Welcome to the latest chapter in Big Pharma's never, ever, ever ending quest to keep you terrified of cannabis and reaching for their pills instead. Yeah, this all started back with the Reefer Madness movie, right? So what is scromating anyway? Let's start with the basics. It's a cutesy portmanteau of screaming and vomiting, because apparently medical conditions need TikTok-friendly branding now. It refers to severe episodes of cannabis hyperemesis syndrome, where people allegedly experience, crazy vomiting so intense they scream in pain.
Sounds horrifying, right? That's the point. But here's what they're not telling you. CHS has been around for over 20 years. It was first documented in the medical literature in 2004. So why the sudden rebrand? Why the new scary buzzword? Why are headlines about scromating suddenly everywhere? Because cannabis hyperemesis syndrome wasn't scaring people enough. It was too clinical, too medical sounding, too easy to research and find out that it's actually quite rare. But scromating, that's visceral. That's terrifying. That's the kind of word that sticks to your mind when you're deciding whether to pick up that joint or those pills.
Oh my. Just read, Cindy, because otherwise you'll babble forever. Whew. I follow Google alerts for keywords like marijuana and cannabis. It's part of my job to track down how the media covers these topics. And over the past few days, I've watched in real time as scromating headlines have flooded my inbox. Multiple outlets all running virtually identical stories, all within days of each other. This isn't organic news coverage. This is a coordinated information campaign. paying. When you see the same story with the same framing, using the same buzzword appearing across multiple news outlets simultaneously, you're not watching journalism, you're watching propaganda. Someone is pushing this narrative, and they're pushing it hard.
The playbook is simple. Create a scary new term, flood the media with stories about it, trigger public panic, and watch as people question whether cannabis is really as safe as they thought. It's the same story that they've used for decades, just like new packaging. A while back, I came across a detailed Reddit post that did what mainstream media refuses to do: actually examine the data around CHS critically. The post titled Cannabis Hymesis Syndrome, The Data Doesn't Add Up, raised some extremely uncomfortable questions about what we're being told versus what the evidence actually shows.
Yeah. Yeah, and just to bring up a past story, Al and I covered a story a number of months back about CHS, and it was a study story. I don't know if you remember this one or not,
Yeah.
Al, where they compared it to what was it, neem oil poisoning, so pesticide poisoning,
Pesticide
and the
poisoning.
two of them were identical. And they also highlighted the fact that CHS wasn't even recognized or seen or heard of until 2004, which is, just a few months after they approved neem oil in cannabis production. I don't know if you remember that or not, but that pops into my head when we're talking about this. And it says, let me share some of the key points that should make every cannabis user and anti-prohibitionist pay attention. The suspicious timeline. Cannabis has been used medicinally and recreationally for over 5,000 years. Yet somehow, and I just said this, CHS wasn't documented anywhere in medical literature before 2004. Then suddenly in 2004, two things happened simultaneously. Neem oil pesticide became popular with cannabis farmers, and the first CHS cases mysteriously appeared.
Think about that for a second. 5,000 years of cannabis use, 0 documented cases of this syndrome. Then neem oil pesticides enter widespread use, and suddenly we have this cannabis-caused condition. The symptoms of CHS are identical to as a directing poisoning. It's cynical vomiting, abdominal pain, relief from hot baths, response to antihistamines like Benadryl. This isn't coincidence. This screams cause and effect. The common crisis they're hiding, the data on pesticide contamination in legal cannabis markets, is absolutely damning. I think there's like 100 and some odd approved here in Canada.
Yeah, it's crazy. In Washington state, 30 to 40% of concentrates fail pesticide tests. 84% of all products contain pesticide residues. 84. 70% of pesticides transfer directly into the smoke. In California, 25 out of 42 legal cannabis products exceeded pesticide limits. Some products contained 24 different pesticides, and over 250,000 contaminated vapes and pre-rolls currently on shelves. And let me repeat that: 250,000 contaminated products on legal dispensary shelves right now.
Geographic patterns that don't make sense. Countries where neem oil is banned as a pesticide have significant fewer CHS cases despite identical cannabis usage rates. Canada banned neem oil and has dramatically lowered CHS rates than the US. If CHS is caused by cannabis itself, why would banning a specific pesticides reduce cases? Now, the problem isn't that CHS exists, it's how it's being used. He says, let me be absolutely clear. I'm not saying that people are suffering. CHS, or whatever we're calling it, is this week, is very real. For those experiencing it, people are genuinely sick, and that's not something to dismiss or minimize. I know I have a guy I know, a family friend, who they diagnosed him with CHS twice. Because he denied it the first time. He said, "No, this can't be happening." And then he got admitted into hospital.
Yeah, I've helped people work through their CHS, and it was caused by dirty cannabis, like where it was grown or chemicals hadn't been flushed, et cetera, et cetera. And I know people that have gotten sick because they have quote unquote overdosed on cannabis. We call that greening out.
Greening out.
Yeah, and I've had that happen to myself. But like you green out, pardon me, you purge, and then you're done.
Sometimes I don't even get sick.
Oh, it's only happened to me once, and and any time that I thought, oh, like that's too much, I've only ever greened out once, knock on wood. But yeah, I guess if you want to call that scromiting, that might be part of what they're calling scromiting, but like it wasn't painful, it wasn't anything. It was just I ate too much cannabis, and my body said that's enough and got rid of some. That's all.
That's it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, the issue is with how this condition is being weaponized. Yeah, I agree, against cannabis, while the potential real cause, pesticide contamination, is being systematically ignored. The biggest red flag is the timeline. Cases of CHS increased 134 to 175% annually in California between 2009 and 2019. Holy cannoli. That's not a gradual increase. That's an explosion. And it coincides perfectly with the expansion of legal cannabis markets and the increased use of pesticides to meet commercial production demands.
Whether people are being diagnosed more often or whether they're actually being poisoned by pesticides and nobody's connecting the dots remains unclear. But what is clear is that the official narrative, cannabis causes this, end of story, doesn't match the data. Truth is brutally simple. Cannabis hyperemesis syndrome wasn't created enough of public fear. Public heard the term, looked it up, and found it relatively rare, and went about their business. The propaganda wasn't working.
So they needed a rebrand. They needed something visceral, something that would make people's stomachs turn when they heard the word. Scromiting fits the bill perfectly. It sounds horrible because it is horrible, but they want you to blame the cannabis, not the contamination. Big Pharma needs to create panic around cannabis to protect their market share. Every person who chooses cannabis for pain management, anxiety, insomnia, or any other condition is a person not buying their pills, like me. The pharmaceutical industry loses roughly $10 billion annually in states with legal medical cannabis. That's billion with the B.
So, of course, they're going to fund studies, influence media coverage, and push narratives that make cannabis look dangerous. It's not about public health. It's about protecting profits. Remember a few years back when the cannabis was supposedly making people violent? They tried to push that narrative hard. Cannabis-induced psychosis leading to murder. But it didn't stick because the data didn't support it. And anyone with any actual experience with cannabis knew it was bullshit.
Yeah, we sure did. Before that, it was cannabis is a gateway drug leading to heroin addiction. That didn't work either, so they moved on. Then it was today's cannabis is too potent and would cause widespread mental health crisis. Still waiting on that epidemic.
Scromiting, the latest attempt to terrify people away from the plant that's been safely used for a millennia. When this one fails to generate significant panic, and it will, they'll come up with something else. The tactics change, but the goal remains the same: keep cannabis illegal or so heavily restricted that Big Pharma maintains control. So here's what should be the real story. We have a massive contamination crisis in legal cannabis markets, and instead of addressing it, we're blaming the plant itself.
If CHS is actually pesticide poisoning, and the evidence strongly suggests it is, at least in like many cases, 99% of them, then we need to do the following. We need to mandate comprehensive pesticide testing for all cannabis products. We need to ban right out the use of neem oil and other problematic pesticides in cannabis cultivation. We need to establish strict contamination limits within real enforcement. We need to fund actual research into the relationship between pesticide exposure and these symptoms. And we need to hold producers and testing labels accountable for contaminated products.
But That would require admitting that the problem isn't cannabis. It's how we're growing it and what we're contaminating it with. And that admission doesn't serve the prohibitionist agenda. Here's the bottom line that really pisses me off about all of this. Even if CHS is exactly what they claim, it is a rare condition caused by heavy cannabis use. It still doesn't justify prohibiting or fear mongering.
No. You know what else causes horrible side effects in some people? Alcohol, tobacco, peanuts, shellfish, penicillin, literally thousands of things that we allow people to consume because we recognize that adults have the right to make their own choices about their bodies. But somehow, cannabis is different. Somehow, the possibility that some heavy users might develop a treatable condition that may actually be caused by contamination anyway means we need to terrify everyone and maintain strict control over who can access the plant.
God forbid you choose what to put in your own body like an autonomous human being with sovereignty over your mind and body, especially in the land of the free. Am I right? Now, the bottom line, they say, scrumming is propaganda. It's a rebranding of an existing condition, given a new scary new name, and pushed through coordinated media coverage to create public panic about cannabis. The timing isn't coincidental. It's calculated.
The real story that media won't cover is the massive pesticide contamination crisis in legal cannabis markets. The real story is that symptoms blamed on cannabis itself may actually be caused by poisoning from agricultural chemicals. The real story is that big pharma will do whatever it takes to protect their market share. Remember, that was billions with the B, including funding studies and pushing narratives that demonize a plant that's been safely used for thousands of years. Is CHS real? Yes, people are suffering, and that matters. But the cause may not be what we're being told. And the solution definitely isn't more prohibition and fear mongering.
If you're experiencing these systems, get help. Look into whether you might be consuming contaminated products. Consider switching sources or taking a break. But don't let the propaganda machine convince you that cannabis itself is the villain here. Next time you see a headline about scrummeting, remember, you're not reading news. You're reading a marketing campaign designed to keep you reaching for pills instead of plants.
Mm-hmm. Stay informed, stay skeptical, and stay free to make your own damn choices about your body.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've got a couple messages that came in during that story. Got one here from Ben Fudge. He says you need to see your seed to weed yourself if you can. Grow your own seed. Yeah. Yeah. And then that way you know what you're doing with it. Right. And
me too.
Pop Robert says, I hate pesticides in my wax. Me too. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I don't spray anything. The only thing I spray on my plants is water, and that's when they're clones. Other than that, nothing else. So I don't have that.
I agree with you, buddy. Buddy Weeds 710. It says it's really crazy how so many people are uneducated and are happy to be oblivious to what is going on around them.
Yeah. I know, as it mentioned in the article, people were confused, like scrummeting, CHS, what? And I was seeing that online. People were saying, well, isn't this the same thing?
Mm.
And yeah, it is a scarier word.
Yeah, it's this pesticide poisoning, wrapped up in a different package.
Yeah, I have to be able to talk to some old, researchers who have looked into all that, as far as ones who have been around for years, talking about its medical benefits, and see what they say on this type of story. So, all right, we got 3 more stories to go. We got 15 minutes. We'll go through them quickly, and what they are is stories, as I mentioned, the year in review stuff. Some of them are, I think, a little bit longer, so we'll get the main points throughout, and then go from there. So, all right. So the first one we got. I think you're going to say something.
No, I'm just waiting for you to. There you go.
All
Watching
right,
what's
here we
going
go.
on. Here we go. Coming to us from Psychedelic Alpha, 2025 year in review. 10 standout stories in psychedelics.
Yeah. They say I'm just going to skip down. It says, note this top 10 is not based entirely on objective merits like the aggregate readership or virtually of any given article. The majority of our content is paywalled, meaning our non-paywall content naturally has a broader readership and thus might be overrated or overpresented. So they've lifted the paywall, so you can actually read these articles. So there we go. Number one, enter big pharma. AbbVie acquires Gilgamesh lead in $1.2 billion transaction. And I remember this one. I remember this story because I get a medication from AbbVie.
Wow.
Yeah.
Our most read and shared article of the year was our breaking news story that the large pharmaceutical company AbbVie has entered into an agreement to acquire Glamashis Pharmaceuticals lead candidate GM2505, aka Brett Iskacilin, a serotonergic psychedelic, which is under development for a major depressive disorder. And that deal came after the private company shared positive results from an early phase 2 study of the candidate in the spring. And they broke the news in early May before publishing an in-depth discussion.
Yeah. I'm going to slide down to number 2. It says Norway funds generic ketamine for depression. They say on the very same day that the AbbVie Gilgamesh deal was announced, we shared more breaking news. Norwegian regulators had approved national reimbursements for the off-label use of generic ketamine for treatment-resistant depression.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Okay.
The third one.
Yep.
And this was a sad one. FDA publishes MDMA rejection letter. Last September, the medical advisor, Michael Heitchen, was combing through a data dump from the FDA that included 89 previous unpublished complete response letters, communication sent from the FDA to sponsors notifying them why a new drug application is not approvable in the current state. He was looking for one letter in particular the CRL agency issued to Lykos Therapeutics in August of 24, that they were likely the first to find the repository, first to break the news and share the document that morning. This is when Rick Doblin was applying to have MDMA rescheduled for medical purposes, and they rejected it.
Rejected it. Correct. The View from DC is number 4, and they say many of our readers have shown a keen interest in how changes to the U.S. political and regulatory fabric and org chart might affect psychedelic drug development and the policy reform projects. After a trip to Washington, D.C., where he spoke with regulators, lawmakers, and insiders, our editor, Josh Hardman, shared his thoughts in a dispatch. He says he reported a rather chaotic environment among regulators and advocates, which was not helped by a protracted government shutdown, but he also found a quiet confidence among those who might expect to be in the know that significant milestones are coming for psychedelics.
He ends it with saying, if you cast your mind back to the mood this time last year in the wake of the MDMA rejection, the psychedelic field felt down and out. We sure did, but far from the end of the road for sure. 2026 could finally be the year of psychedelic approvals, plural. I just thought that was a great paragraph. I wanted to throw it in there. Number 5 was the Psychedelic Practitioner's first issue. In October, they published the first issue of a new publication, The Psychedelic Practitioner, which is focused on the evolving practice of psychedelic care. And they spent a half a decade, putting this together. Psychedelic Alpha has built a large audience of individuals and organizations interested and involved in psychedelics, and many of these investors, drug developers, and regulators, but many are still practitioners, therapists, clinicians, and facilitators, and so on. And they published the second issue in December. Pretty exciting.
Inside the Lycos takeover, it says in January, we covered billionaire investor and Elon Musk ally Antonio Gracias bid to take control of Lycos Therapeutics via a $100 million funding round. Then in March, we broke the news that Gracias, who was then busy in an advisory role at the new Department of Global Efficiency, had paired up with an even deeper pocketed individual, Sir Christopher Holm.
Interesting. Yeah. And MAPS founder had hoped, Rick Doblin had hoped Gracias and Holm might bring the company closer to its nonprofit, through its unclear, though it is unclear to what extent this has been the case. Very cool. Number 7, Matt Zorn joins HHS. This past May, we reported that a prominent cannabis and psychedelics focused attorney, Matt Zorn, had assumed the role of Deputy General Counsel in the Department of Health and Human Services. This was somewhat surprising, as Zorn has been a key adversary to the governments of both stripes on drug-related matters. He was a key figure, for example, in a petition to reschedule psilocybin that is now sitting with the HHS.
Number 8, EU's first psilocybin compassionate use program established in Germany. Now, over the summer, we broke the news that Germany had become the first EU country to allow legal access to psilocybin under a compassionate use program for treatment-resistant depression. And Germany is the bloc's largest pharmaceutical maker, with the move suggesting that the more profitable countries might continue exploring access pathways beyond traditional drug-approved paradigms. The country is also seen as quite problematic by its European peers, so the significance of BFARM decision should not be lost.
Number 9, New Mexico's Medical Psilocybin Act passes. It was breaking news when they passed the first legalization-driven Psilocybin Access Act in April 2025. Last spring, they reported on the passage of New Mexico's Medical Psilocybin Act, which became the first psilocybin access pathway to be established via a state legislature as opposed to a popular ballot initiative. It passed the state Senate 33-4. And House 56-9. Holy cannoli, with bipartisan support in both chambers.
Good. Number 10, Compass accelerates launch timeline for 9 to 12 months. As alluded to above, we reported in November that psilocybin developer Compass Pathways is accelerating its launch timeline by 9 to 12 months following a positive meeting with the FDA and the completion of enrollment in its second large phase 3 trial. The company has also revamped its readout schedule with 9-week data from its second largest phase 3 study, now expected in the first quarter of 2026. It will provide more detailed look at the 6-week data from the first phase 3, as well as week 6 to 26 data from that study through. This won't include granular MADRS time course data. So it'll be a continuation of that, and we'll be looking for that stuff that comes out.
They do give a couple of honorable mentions, and then they list 20 interviews from across the field that they had published that they thought would be worth a reread. So if you want to take a look at those, you can head on over to our page, and it's all there.
It's all there. It's this story. You can find it and read through it for yourselves. You want a more in-depth look into that. All right, now we're going to move on to our next top 10 list.
Yeah.
And this one's going to be based on cannabis.
Coming to us from cannabis.net. The top 10 cannabis moments of 2025, according to these people. The year everything changed. Again.
There we go. Number 10. The THC hemp ban. Congress kills a $32 billion industry. What happened? In a move that surprisingly absolutely nobody who's been paying attention, Congress effectively banned intoxicating hemp-derived products by refining hemp in a last-minute addition to the must-spend spending bill. Why does it matter? This wasn't about Delta 8 gummies. This was about Congress taking a thriving $32 billion industry that was generating tax revenue, creating jobs, and operating legally, or at least in legal gray area, and handing it directly to the black market. An estimated 150,000 jobs are on the line, along with hundreds of millions in state tax revenue.
Yeah. Do you just want me to go on to 9 or read the
Yeah,
impact?
yeah, go on to the 9.
Okay, number 9, federal prosecutors announced crackdown on cannabis possession on federal lands. What happened? Federal prosecutor Darren Smith in Montana announced his office would ramp up prosecution of misdemeanor cannabis offenses on federal lands, pursuant to a new Justice Department policy issued in September that most people haven't even seen. It mattered because apparently in a country dealing with fentanyl deaths, human trafficking, and violent crime, the best use of limited federal prosecutorial resources is busting people for having a joint in Yellowstone. This signaled that the Trump administration's DOJ was going full-on drug war on cannabis, despite his campaign rhetoric about reform.
Yeah. Number 8 was Biden's pardons revealed as political theater. What happened? Newly revealed documents show that while Biden was publicly pardoning people with federal cannabis convictions, his DOJ was implementing policies requiring prosecutors to seek higher up approval before declining to pursue cannabis charges, effectively ensuring prosecution would continue. And it mattered because it's exposed Biden's cannabis reform as performative bullshit. He pardoned simple people who were already out of prison. Literally 0 people were freed. I remember that. He got progressive credibility points while his agencies maintained business as usual prohibition.
Number 7, multiple states consider repealing legal cannabis markets. What happened? Several states with existing legal cannabis markets face serious repeal efforts heading into 2026, with well-funded opposition campaigns pushing to roll back legalization entirely. And why it mattered is because this shattered the illusion that cannabis legalization is irreversible progress. Pardon me. Turns out when you combine big pharma money, law enforcement lobbying, and concerned parent groups often funded by those same pharmaceutical companies, you can convince people to recriminalize the plant.
Well, you know, we started the show today talking about Czechoslovakia legalized, and then Thailand, a country that was legal, and then look what happened to it. It lost its recreational land, and that can happen anywhere. Doesn't matter what country it's at. When the government changes, you've accepted their policies, and cannabis recriminalization may be one of those new policies. So
scary.
Which is no good. All righty. Let's see. 7 state, multiple states. Oh, you did that one. Yeah. Ohio and Massachusetts, I believe, are 2 of the states presently that are looking into that. Oh, look at number 6. The Scromining propaganda campaign. What happened? A coordinated media blitz introducing Scromining as a new scary term for cannabis hymesis syndrome. The same article, the same framing appeared across multiple news outlets within days. Classic propaganda playbook. Because cannabis hymesis syndrome wasn't scaring people enough. They said this is why it matters. So they needed a visceral, TikTok-friendly rebrand. Never mind that CHS might actually be pesticide poisoning being blamed on cannabis, so that's extremely rare. The goal was to create panic, undermine support for legalization. TikTok-friendly is because they don't like the word cannabis in TikTok, and people get banned for it. So Scromining doesn't include the word cannabis.
It still makes me laugh. Number 5, Singapore doubles down on cannabis execution policy with propaganda. What happened was Singapore's Central Narcotics Bureau published an infographic about medical cannabis that was so packed with cherry-picked data, misleading claims, and deliberate omissions that it deserved its own article. This from a country that executes people for cannabis offenses. And it mattered because it demonstrated how governments that have built entire drug policies on prohibition will manufacture evidence to justify continued brutality. When you're hanging people for possession of a plant, you can't admit you might have been wrong.
And people wonder why do we need global marijuana marches?
Yep.
This is why people are still being hung for cannabis. And I could hear it in your voice as you read that headline. Like, holy fuck. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, number 4, the Trump administration guts anti-human trafficking programs while ramping up drug war. What happened? Trump administration slashed funding for anti-human trafficking programs by hundreds of millions of dollars, including $88 million for survivor services and $500 million for international programs, while simultaneously ramping up drug war enforcement. Human trafficking prosecutions dropped 40%, while cannabis prosecutions increased. And why it matters is because it exposed the absolute hypocrisy of the protect the children rhetoric used to justify cannabis prohibition. They're defunding programs that actually help trafficking victims while going after people for possessing a plant. The priorities couldn't be clearer. This isn't about safety. It's about control and corporate interests.
The Chevron doctrine dies, potentially killing Schedule 3 rescheduling. What happened? The Supreme Court overturned the Chevron doctrine, which had told courts to defer to federal agencies' interpretations of the ambiguous laws. This threw the entire cannabis rescheduling process into legal chaos, and the DEA's authority to reschedule anything became questionable. While the Chevron ruling wasn't about cannabis specifically, it potentially killed the Schedule 3 rescheduling process by eliminating the legal framework that allowed agencies like the DEA to interpret and apply the Controlled Substance Act. Ironically, this could be a good thing if it forces Congress to actually do its job and legislate instead of letting agencies make policies.
Number 2, federal cannabis policy reaches peak confusion. What happened? By the end of 2025, federal cannabis policy had become so contradictory and confusing that even industry lawyers couldn't keep up. Congress banned hemp THC while cannabis rescheduling sat in limbo. The DOJ wasn't enforcing prohibition in state legal markets, but announced crackdowns on federal lands. The FDA wasn't enforcing regulations on CBD, but threatened to regulate everything under Schedule 3. Why it mattered? Because this level of dysfunction is unsustainable. When nobody, not businesses, not consumers, not law enforcement, not even the people making policy, knows what the actual legal or enforceable, the system is broken beyond repair.
Crazy. And number 1, Trump signs executive order for Schedule 3, the big con. What happened? After years of discussion, Trump allegedly signed an executive order moving cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3, claiming it as the biggest cannabis reform in history. In reality, that was Biden's proposal that Trump slapped his name on while taking credit. And it mattered because it perfectly encapsulates everything wrong with cannabis reform in the United States. Schedule 3 doesn't legalize cannabis federally. It doesn't stop arrests. It doesn't resolve banking issues. It doesn't allow interstate commerce. What it does is give massive tax break to big cannabis corporations requiring FDA approval for products. Hello, big pharma. And create new federal crimes for dispensaries and growers operating without pharmaceutical grade compliance.
There you go. That is that. Yeah, because the information I've looked up anyways on Schedule 3 is that they have to be created by a pharmaceutical company that has DEA approval. They have to be sold by a pharmacist in a pharmacy. Is that really what people were fighting for all these years? I don't think so. Now, there's some good stuff in it, but
yes.
Yeah, but exactly. All right, I see we're past the hour. You want to do the last story?
It's up to you.
All right, we'll just quickly do the headlines, and
Okay.
if there's any information that we might want to share, we'll just we'll do that as we go along.
Sure.
All right. Okay. Here we go. As you said, last
Coming.
story of the day.
Coming to us from Normal. 2025 year in review. Normal's top 10 events in cannabis policy.
We're going to start at the bottom.
Oh,
All right.
all the way
Okay.
down to number 10.
Yeah. Number 10, NIH database now includes over 53,000 cannabis-related studies. Oh, but we need more studies.
We always need more studies. Number 9, cannabis legalization support remains high, but dips among Republicans.
Number 8, studies consistently show cannabis access reduces alcohol consumption.
Does it ever? Number 7, November election outcomes could reshape East Coast cannabis markets.
Number 6, longitudinal trials show cannabis provides sustained benefits for patients.
Yes, they do. Number 5, cannabis arrests continue to decline.
Number 4, Congress approves legislation restricting sale of hemp-derived intoxicants.
Number 3, federal data. Teen cannabis use continues historic decline.
Number 2, GOP lawmakers undermine voter-approved cannabis measures, as we talked about earlier.
And number 1, yet again, President Trump takes executive action to federally reschedule cannabis.
Yeah, there you go. Top stories by those locations and news sources. As I mentioned at the beginning of the show, I'm sure there will be more of them to come. And I see we got a message from Buddy Weeds. He says, Happy New Year, everyone. Overgrow, overshare, and overcare. We are the people. Respect the plant. All the best in 2026 year of the horse. Be strong.
Be strong. Happy New Year, buddy.
Yeah, Happy New Year, Buddy Weeds. When's the year of the cannabis plant?
Every year?
Every year. Yeah, exactly. All right. Anything else before we say goodbye?
I don't have an ad to share, but the speaker series by the Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society continues here in Nova Scotia, and we will be back on January 15th at the Halifax Regional Library in the BMO room. And this month we have, oh my goodness, his last name is going to escape me, and I work with him. He's a nurse speaking on cannabis and palliative, or psychedelics and palliative care. And I'm really excited to hear this one. I will be there hosting it, and it will be online, and we will make sure that we share it.
All right. Sounds good. I'm interested in that one. Psychedelics and seniors. All right. That's our news for today. Thanks to our buds at the Camelford Lifestyle Shop who celebrated the 10th anniversary over the holidays. Limestone City Hydroponics.ca and at ease.ca. In closing, we always like to say thank you for watching and thank you for tuning in. Other than that, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adopts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, They offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I want to talk about news, don't want the drama. From no pretentious media Madonna. I found me a great ganja mama. Cannabis and coffee with some marijuana.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Cannabis and Coffee with me. It's been a while, hey? I've been on hiatus. I did take a bit of a break before the holiday, and because I really just wasn't feeling it. Things have been kind of, crappy around here, and crappy for patients in Canada, and I just figured that I just needed a break. With all the political, whatever, right? So I took a break, but we're back. We're back to keep educating you on cannabis, and that's what we have to keep doing because there's so many new and upcoming things, and we just want to keep everybody updated. So right at this point, we're still fighting with the Canadian government for medical access, because anything that you buy at your legal store, it's tested, sure that it's got the recommendations and everything on it and the terpenes, and they've done a great job with that. But in reality, is it testing it what it really is? Secondly, a 10 milligram package of candy or edibles isn't 10 milligrams. It's 10 milligrams for the whole package, not for the per candy or per gummy or per caramel. The only way you can actually effectively get what you might need is by buying capsules. And that's where the line kind of falls to the gray, because they're allowing you to have a capsule that is actually 10 milligrams each, and there's 250 of them in a package, or 100 in a package, or however many, right? So you have that option. But again, you've got medical capsules and edibles and all these things and creams and lotions in a recreational market. That kind of flabbergasts me, because I've never known that anything that you topically you'd share as a recreational thing. Like, so you're going to use a topical rub recreationally. To me, that's medical. So we need to, and again, the government does throw that line down there. If you go get a CannaCell or a Servant, so you can sell cannabis, there's a line, and they will, very strict line between recreational and medical. Why when you walk into any of these legal stores and you even mention the word, hey, I might need this for such and such, they stand back and go, no, we can't help you, because they're not medically trained and they're not allowed to give medical advice. See, I'm not a medical practitioner myself either, and we don't give medical advice. And anything we always say is, please go talk to your doctor about any of this stuff with interactions with your cannabis and your other medical pharmaceuticals or anything. But again, a lot of the Canadian doctors are not educated on our cannabinoid system or what cannabis actually can be beneficial for you. It's all kind of hit and miss, and other people talking to other people and actually informing each other. So it's a matter of, is it fact or is it opinion? it's life experience. And a lot of people, and I say this often, it doesn't work for everybody, right? It's like any medication that you take. Some people are allergic to cannabis, some people aren't. Some people can use it, some people can't, but people are allergic to antibiotics. My dad was allergic to penicillin. So if you look at it from the medical aspect with the RX label on it, then you have to keep that in mind, that you're dealing with people that have medical need. And again, I'm not saying that it works for everybody. I'm not saying it's a cure-all. I'm not saying that it's going to be something that's going to absolutely help you, but it might. And if you're at the point in your life where your terminal illness has got you to that, you're looking at the MAID program, why don't you try cannabis before you try MAID? And I often say to a lot of cannabis patients that I've spoken to me, they're like, well, what about getting high? Honey, you are terminally ill. I don't think being high should be an issue. And again, if you're eating oil, you are going to get high. The RSL fecal will give you that. It will. I'm not going to lie to you. You are going to feel, some people feel uncomfortable. Some people green out. Now, greening out is, they say overdosing. I say it's too much usage. But the difference between cannabis overdoses or cannabis overusage and anything else is you're not going to die. You're going to feel uncomfortable. You're going to feel kind of icky. You might have to, sleep it off, but you're not going to die. You can't say that about any other medication that's out there. You cannot take too much of something and not have side effects and sometimes bad repercussions, right? Hello, Bobby Doo. Thanks for coming in, and thanks for everybody that's watching. If you'd like to come up and actually have a conversation, I can bring you onto the show. I just have to connect you through a link, and then you can come up on the panel if you want to come in and discuss or talk about anything. You just got to send me a message through Facebook, because that's what I've got up right now. And then I can send you the link, and then you can come up and talk with me if you like. Again, like I said, there's so many different, hello, Zoe, so many different aspects to cannabis and how it's used. Now, again, I've got several chronic illnesses. I've had colitis since I was 16 years old, and it does help quite a bit with the inflammation on that. Does it stop the chronic diarrhea? No. Does it help with my pain levels? I will say no. It diverts my attention away from the pain so that I'm not constantly concentrating on the pain. Does it mask my pain? No. No, it doesn't. So the reality check is, for me, this is my experience only. I still take methotrexate for my RA because cannabis doesn't block down my overactive immune system. Believe me, I wish it did. Before I had my diagnoses for all these wonderful little critters that I've got now attached to me, I tried everything. I have a friend that ran Canamed, and Sita sent me any concoction that she could think of to throw into a capsule, to throw into a tea bag, to throw into a bag. We tried it. Topicals, internal, suppositories, okay? Right up the hoop. We tried it all. And unfortunately, it just wasn't effective enough. I wish it had been. I wish that I didn't have to take methotrexate. I wish that the cannabis would have just been enough. So I encourage you to talk to your doctors. Add it as a therapeutic if you can. It helps with nausea. I'm telling you, that is effective. If I'm feeling really kind of nauseated after taking any of my medication, the first thing I do is reach for a doobie. Not going to lie. And it helps. Nausea, headaches, absolutely. I will tell you that it will take my headache away. I will smoke a joint before I take an Advil for a headache. And it's effective. Sometimes, not always. Again, depending on the level of pains you're in. And again, this is me. I'm not saying that it's not effective for you. It possibly could be. I have a friend of mine that was diagnosed with MS many years ago. She's allergic to many pharmaceuticals. She can't take those. Which her body, right? Not everybody's body cooperates with the way pharmaceuticals and people would like them to. Mine doesn't. Mine's exactly the opposite. I take hydromorphine, I'm fucking winging off the fucking ceiling. Not sleeping and drooling like everybody else is, okay? I take cold medicine. If I take a nighttime Tylenol for nighttime, I'm up all fucking night. Totally opposite. Again, why I've had to work through my ADHD medication, because some of them, they're supposed to calm you down, right? Which they do, but sometimes they calm me down to the point that I'm sleeping. Again, having to work with dosage, right? Having to find the right little solution for the problem. I'm trying to think equation. That's not the word I'm looking for. The concoction of things that work for it. Now, right now, I've had a bit of a viral infection for the last couple of weeks. Don't know where I picked it up. Before that, I had my nice little inflammation underneath my nose. And I had to quit taking my methotrexate because it bombs my, oh, thank you, so. It bombs down my immune system because I have an overactive immune system. So it takes my immunity system back so I can't fight anything. So I quit taking the methotrexate a couple weeks ago so I could try and fight this virus off. I don't know where it came from. All I know is that when I went to the doctor, she said, it's a good thing you got your flu shot because if you didn't, you wouldn't, yeah. So I'm not out pushing vaccines. I'm just saying my doctor said that, you know, I have a friend that actually I think gave this to me. She wasn't vaccinated and she's in the ICU in Kelowna on dialysis. She's 33. I'm 56 in February. I was vaccinated. I have the same virus. See how our bodies work, right? So again, you choose to do whatever you want with your body. I chose to be vaccinated, and I'm actually quite grateful at this point that I was. I'm still like, you know, ears plugged, still coughing, not quite as bad as it was, but we're going on, it'll be 3 weeks Thursday. I've had friends of mine that said they've had it for 6 weeks, and it's viral. So it's not like your doctor's going to be able to give you much for it. I was given Ventolin and Flovent to help with my coughing and my lungs. So there's that. Again, cannabis also is an antibiotic. It's not going to cure your cold or your fucking COVID. No more than ivermectin will. I just said, try not to be spicy because I was awfully spicy this morning and I'm feeling kind of spicy, but you know, this is a cannabis channel and not politics. So we're going to keep it to just that today. But again, back to, you know, the usage of cannabis and whether it's recreational or medical, right? And I honestly believe it's that people use it more medically than they actually realize. Because if you're dealing with stress, sleeping, eating, anything like that, and you're using cannabis to help you eat, which is what I use it for too, because I have absolutely no appetite, being anorexic, not by, you know, my own doing, by having colitis because everything I eat runs out of me in 20 minutes. So you just don't eat. Not kidding. So again, after years of that, because like I said, I was diagnosed in 86 with colitis, I'll be 56. I was 16. So at 16 years old, when you're, you know, dating and going out and stuff and doing things like that, you didn't eat because that meant the night would be over, right? So I learned how to get by on very little food or none at all. Yeah. And then I had kids and had to eat. So I'm one of those moms that they say, oh, don't tell your kid they have My doctor knew when I had a baby when I was 39 years old, who is now 16 and very smart, very fucking capable of doing whatever, that I had smoked cannabis through my pregnancy with him. Why? So I could keep food in my fucking body, not be puking up everything, and actually sleep. My boy was born 5.5 weeks early, but so was my daughter in 92 when I didn't smoke fucking anything. So, you know how they want to do studies on women that have had babies? I got a 16-year-old up there that they could fucking study. They could. His brain's not smaller than anybody else's, I'll tell you that much. He's smarter than most adults. So, just saying. There are different aspects for everything, and we are all individuals, and we are all going to be affected by any medication, whether it's cannabis, antibiotics, painkillers, whatever it is. You're going to have a different effect than your neighbor. Just saying. I have friends that have taken gabapentin that has made them fucking nutty. I take gabapentin when I need it, and it doesn't make me nutty. I've had friends that take Prozac that have actually lost their fucking minds because of overuse of, not Prozac, not Prozac. What a, it's right there. It's a steroid. You know what I'm talking about. I'm sure you do. My brain just went blank. Not Prozac. It's Jesus. Why can't I think of that? I was on the fucking shit. Anyways, it's a steroid for an anti-inflammatory that if you take too much of it can make you kind of crazy too. But again, different drugs have different effects on everybody, right? I mean, I gave the dog the big dog some gabapentin because the vet had recommended it. You know what happened? I got bit. The dog went fucking off his nut with 300 milligrams of gabapentin. That was prescribed by a vet. And there's the remnants. And he's a 180-pound pit bull. Yeah, he's not living here anymore. He went back to my daughter's place because I'm 80 pounds. I can't control that. It broke my fucking heart. But we also realized that it was because of the medication that made him kind of go off his nut. Or he probably would have never reacted to that. And we also relayed that back to the vet, that this dog cannot take gabapentin. And vets will prescribe gabapentin on small doses for pain for dogs. Again, if it does that to a dog, what's it doing to the chemical brain of us, right? So I do take pharmaceuticals very sparingly. Like I said, I take my methotrexate because I have to, or I'll be ahead in the bed. I have hydromorphine that I take very rarely. I take gabapentin as needed, only when I need it. I take my folic acid every day because my body doesn't produce folic acids because of the methotrexate, and my squirrel bug medicine so that I'm not winging all over the place. Because at 52, when you get a diagnosis for ADHD, it's an eye opener. It explains to you why you were such a binger your whole life. Does it change the past? No. Does it give you any insight to why you were the way you were? Mm-hmm, it does. Does it fix everything? No. Am I still a fucking crazy squirrel even taking medication? Yep, I am. It helps me focus. It helps me keep on track. But has it changed who I am? No, I'm still a fucking nutbag crazy squirrel. And I'm okay with that. I've lived like this my whole life. But again, the mask doesn't come off because you start taking medication. I wish it did. I wish I could just learn not to mask. To try to unlearn some of the stuff that I had to learn to keep myself not looking like a crazy fucking nutbag. You don't unlearn that stuff. It just kind of stays with you. Unfortunately, and that's just the way it kind of goes. And, having a late diagnosis was kind of squirrely. And I knew something was up, and it was kind of funny because how it all kind of rolled out is menopause too, right? Or hormones. And I had went to transplant 2 of my pot plants that I was growing. And I left the buckets out by the veranda door, and I was just going to go outside because the big bag of soil was outside and come back in and transplant those plants. At 5 o'clock that night, those plant pots were still sitting by the door. I had done 16 other fucking million things and still hadn't transplanted my fucking pot. Sat down on my chair and went, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, seriously, like, what is wrong with you? Trying to figure out what the fuck's wrong with his brain. So I went to my doctor and I said, I think I'm fucking crazy. And explained to her what was going on in the laundry and all this stuff. And I've always feeling like I'm on a hamster wheel. She goes, I can't diagnose this. I'm just a GP. But this is what you're going to do. I asked her to refer me to a psychiatrist. And she said, I can do that. It's going to cost you a lot of money. This is what you're going to do. So I went through BC Mental Health. Everything was free. I did trauma therapy for 15 weeks. I seen a psychologist. I seen a psychiatrist. I got a diagnosis. I got medicated. Did it take that long? Not really. I mean, I know some medical waits out there are long. I was in and out of there and done with a diagnosis within 6 months. I had to wait 2 weeks for them to call me to make an appointment. So again, I don't know what the wait lists are like right now. This was back, 4 years ago, right? But it was BC Mental Health, and it was all free. Even the EMDR treatment for my trauma, free through BC Mental Health. So again, there are agencies within our province, Alberta, who knows over there right now because everything's falling apart with their healthcare privatization, right? And again, like when it comes to mental health, I think that we need more of it. I also find cannabis quite effective to help me with my anxiety, with the squirrel feeling, because it'll slow me down a bit, right? But it wasn't effective enough not to keep me off pharmaceuticals for myself. Again, this is me. What works for you could be totally different, right? So again, cannabis is a therapeutic added medication that you can add to, or use by itself if it works directly for you. Again, there's no right and wrong in this answer. There's no right or wrong answer, especially when it comes to cannabis, because it works for some, not for all, but it's very easily to change and mix and match your different strains and stuff to find something that can work for you. I make a lot of edibles, but I don't eat a lot of edibles. I find that it slows me down a little bit too much and puts me to sleep. So if I want to sleep, I'll eat one of my gummies. Absolutely will. But again, if I don't want to sleep and I want to be functioning, I'm smoking, which reminds me, I need to smoke one. Usually I start the show with one, but I'm running a bit low this morning. I haven't made it out to the store, so I was going to save this for the break. But we got another 10 minutes till we go to the first commercial break, so I'm not going to be able to wait that long. And again, if you're using the legal market, I use both. Unfortunately, our store out on the Sovereign Nation is under renovation right now, but they do deliver, and or we have the legal market. Now, I use the legal market mainly because it's not a drive and the roads are bad. If it's not, then I will go out to the Sovereign Land and go out there and support them, because I believe that it helps them become more self-sustainable too. It's creating jobs on the sovereign nations. It's bringing medicine back to where it should be, to the nations, to our natural form, right? And cannabis is not natural to Canada. We all know that. It's not something that grew freely here before probably the spice trades. And I'm believing that it probably got brought over here prior to, the first whatever they think they fucking did. Like I said, history's changed itself so many times since I fucking was a kid. I can't even pinpoint. But we do know there was spice and trade done between the Middle East, China, and the North Americas, long before there was any written text about it. They just found a First Nations village that's over 11,000 years old. It was introduced before the pyramids. Or they're finding it was there or existed, longer than the pyramids. So history is kind of hard to track sometimes. And we've been whitewashed and propagandized and lied to for so fucking long. Do we really know when cannabis arrived in Canada? No. But I just do know that it's a tropical, warm growing plant that was probably brought here in the 1500s. Now, they used cannabis as medicine prior to 1920. They used to use cocaine as medicine too prior to 1920, which was prohibition. Kind of like alcohol too, they prohibited, right? Again, the cannabis industry didn't start in Canada as an industry. It was never intended to be an industry, a money-making fucking industry. It was intended to protect public health and safety. The same reason why alcohol was legalized, because people were making it in their fucking bathtubs and people were dying and going blind. Now, I can't say the same thing about cannabis because cannabis has never killed anybody in the history of the world. But with other drugs that we're having in the systems and the markets now, and all this screaming about fentanyl, all drugs need to be legalized and regulated, because I keep telling people aren't going to quit doing drugs. You are never going to fix the addiction problem. It's a disease. And another thing they're not going to want to fix it is because now it's become a huge industry. So addiction has now become an industry, a privatized industry. They don't want to fucking fix everybody. The reason why they won't legalize fucking hard drugs is because the other industry is bringing them more fucking money, right? Treatment, detox, fall down, detox, treatment, fall down. They set them up for failure. It's a 3-tier system, and they get paid $10,000 fucking dollars a day to put these bodies through that fucking system. Guess who's paying for it? If you're a fucking AISH recipient, your Canadian tax dollars are paying for this. And it's a private system. If you've got private insurance, your private insurance company's paying these fucks. But there are recovery houses in fucking the lower mainland that are privatized that aren't even fucking regulated. And they're bringing people out. They're setting them up for failure. As soon as that person's got 30 days cleaning, all of a sudden there's a fucking drug party at that recovery house and everybody's falling down. They're all back in detox. So that fucking recovery private center can charge you or your government or your insurance company another $10,000 fucking dollars to put them back in detox, to put them through the same fucking system again. That's what Danielle Smith is hoping for in Alberta. She's hoping for the system to fucking fail so that they can make fucking money. Her friends can make money. Not even the Alberta government, her friends. Her friends that she is giving the fucking keys to the fucking privatized healthcare doors. Did you know that? So now they made treatment industry, because they already made crime industry, private jails, incarceration, private, even though you think it's not. Government pays the civil servants that work there, but the building itself, they sold. It's owned by somebody else. They're paying fucking rent on it now. LCC, Lethbridge Correctional Institute. Check it out. And legalizing drugs would then take away all their friends' industry for detox and rehab. Now, this is going on not just in Canada, it's going on in the States too. In fact, there's a great show on Al Jazeera called Trafficking. And this is human trafficking. When you hear all these people saying they're seeing all kinds of white buses dropping homeless people off in your town, I thought that was a myth. I thought maybe that was just a bunch of shit. They are. They're picking people up off the streets, taking them into detox, taking them into treatment, and then having them fail, and then going back and picking more up. They're doing it in California, they're doing it in fucking Nevada, and they're doing it in fucking BC. I know this for a fact, because I'm not saying there's white buses, but I know there's a treatment center out here. And they pick people up from other fucking parts of the province, bring them out here, have them fail, and then they're released onto the streets here. And they're not from here. Now, once you've done recovery and you're actually clean, it's not a good idea to ever go back to the scene of the crime anyway. You never want to put an addict back where they have access to the same people, the same fucking drugs, the same fucking lifestyle. You want to try and give them a fresh start, but you also want to make sure they've got housing when they get out, and maybe some support and maybe some work. They're not. They're dropping the fucking ball. They're just letting them all loose back to the shelter where they're exactly going to be around the same lifestyle, the same people, and the same drugs. Make it fucking make sense. So somewhere along the way, and this isn't a government problem, okay? This is a you problem. This is you allowing fucking conservatives to cut back fucking resources so that our public systems can fucking work. So the only way they can get through this is they break down the systems that are already there. And that's what they're doing. Exactly what the fucking orange potato is doing in the States. Breaking down the system so that they fucking aren't working properly so he can fucking fix them. No, so they can dismantle them. And they're bringing you Kool-Aid drinkers along with them. They really are. Addiction is a disease, no matter how you slice it. Alcohol, drugs, sex, food, sugar, caffeine. All of these things in life that we have in front of us. Tobacco, cannabis. And you're going to let the government tell us which ones we're allowed to have and which ones we're not, right? But you don't want a dictatorship, but you all expect the government to do something about this homeless and addiction problem. What? So they've handed it to the private sector to fix this problem, but it's still the government's fault. You have to get to the root of the problem to begin with. Poverty, inequality, no equity for people. Nobody in this country is on an equal footing, not because of basically religion or culture, because of poverty, because of your economic status. This isn't about right, left. This is about up and down. This is about people that are rich and then people that are poor and the dignity that goes with it, right? So when you've got poverty being seen as a pariah on society, and anybody that's disabled or anybody that's pulling from a system that's needed, because we're supposed to take care of our most vulnerable, right? All of a sudden they're not qualified for any dignity. You don't qualify for dignity if you're disabled. You're supposed to eat poverty level fucking pittance. Or they put a fucking threshold on it so that you're married, your spouse makes over a certain limit, so you're just fucking financially abused. You don't get anything at all. You just don't exist because your spouse makes over the threshold and you don't exist because you're supposed to be a child and being taken care of by your spouse. What? So the disability, another thing that they're trying to break down, make it fucking broken and make it appear to be broken so they don't have to fucking deal with it anymore. Pass it off to the privatized system. Don't regulate it. Let them do whatever the fuck they want with it. And the people that pay for it get fucked. And that's what's happening. If you're in a conservative province. I thankfully am not. And I'm not a big NDP fan at all. I'm not a socialist. I'm a centrist. But I'm really grateful to have doctors, and I'm really grateful to have fucking the care that we've got here in this province. Am I able to collect disability in this province? No. So I'm still financially being abused by this government because the threshold for PWD is $45,000 a year. So in order for me to be able to get a lousy $1,700 a year, my husband has to make less than $45,000 a year for me to get $1,700 a month. That wouldn't even touch our bills. In fact, this accident, actually, I'm going to take a quick break here and thank our sponsors, and do a quick commercial. And then I'll come back and talk to you about poverty and cannabis and how it goes hand in hand. We'll be right back after a quick break from our sponsors. And I got to find them right.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
All right, we are back after a quick break. I want to thank our sponsors, Limestone Hydroponics. I love you guys. You guys, I follow you on TikTok too and try and share most of your stuff. And I wish I was in Kingston because I'd be shopping at your store. It's a little far for you to ship though. Well, maybe not. Again, we were talking a little bit about addiction and legalization of all drugs. And, you know, cannabis was a hard one to get across. First of all, we had to do a lot of fucking dangling with a lot of politicians. We had to go to a convention in 2014 and write a policy with the young liberals to put on the floor to have the delegates actually vote on, to actually get it across the floor so we could actually make it an election policy within the Liberal Party and make it an election ballot issue. And when everybody voted in Justin Trudeau, that mandate was then set in stone. And they had a certain amount of time to get it in. So to be clear too, any medical program that we had received from the government was also a court battle. Okay, we have been to court since 1998 as patients, starting with the Hitzig case back in 1998. There was a prior court case with Ansans, I believe, prior to that. I don't have a, but it wasn't, it was just, they were busted and they had cancer. And that's kind of what rolled us into the HITSIG course. And that was Allison Murden. Allison is still around. She's still with the marijuana mission, and she's actually fighting for your rights to have a psilocybin be legalized too as a medicine. Paul Lewin is her lawyer, and they're working hard with to fight in the courts, because again, we have not received anything medically for cannabis from the Canadian government unless we fought for it in court. These are all court orders. The Cannabis Medical Program is a court order ordered by the Supreme Court of Canada. It forced Health Canada to devise a program. And then in 2013, the Conservative government decided that cannabis patients weren't going to be able to grow their medicine anymore. They were going to start these great big licensed producers and supply us all with our own medicine, and basically came up with legislation and told us that we had to shut our gardens down, that we weren't able to produce our plants anymore, that they were no longer going to give us the MMAR program that we had, which we had to fill out 35 papers worth of paperwork to get. And send pictures of ourselves. They were supposed to get cards for that we never got because the lamination machine was broken. Not shit, yeah. So I first got my first MMAR in 2012. So 2013, Stephen Harper and his fucking goon of fucking losers decided that they were going to fucking shut us all down, that patients didn't have their rights anymore. And what did we do? Jason Wilcox loaded his little fucking fingers on the keyboard and jumped on a plane, and we started going coast to coast, coast to coast to coast, gathering money, gathering support, gathering representation, and we fought again in a BC Supreme Court, and we won. And that's why we now went from the MMAR to the MMPRs, where you had to get a legal licensing from a doctor, which there was all kinds of clinics that popped up then. They would give you free licensing because they were getting kickbacks from the LPs, because then you had to buy from the LP. And that's how they still got cannabis patients fucking over the barrel. We'll get into that. So we fought. So it went from MMAR to MMPR, which I held one. And my provider was Broken Coast, and you had to wait in the mail, and it was $10 a gram, blah, blah, blah. And then we won the court injunction, and they had to come up with another program, which is now the ACMPR. So then when you win a court ruling, the government is given 90 days to come up with it. And they didn't follow through with the two rulings that they had in front of them, which was the Smith ruling over the edibles and baking, and then the Allard ruling, which was the growing. So we had Allard first, and then we had the Smith ruling. The Smith ruling went all the way to the Supreme Court of Canada. That's why you people now can make canna butter and make shatter and oil and mail it. I did 6 months house arrest because I mailed 4 grams of cannabis in the mail. Now you can mail out 30 legally. You're fucking welcome. Owen Smith also did time. They cost him and Ted a lot of bucks. But John Conroy and Kurt Tusaw won that case in the Supreme Court of Canada. So now we can have edibles. Now because before that, you make a cake, you legally weren't allowed to make canna butter. It was an extraction. Oil, we weren't legally allowed to make that. You still can't make it with butane or iso. You're not supposed to use those solvents to make it. You're supposed to use olive oil and coconut oils to make tinctures. You can't smoke tinctures, fuckers. You can't. So there's all kinds of things going on behind the scenes that a lot of Canadians don't understand, realize, or even acknowledge. Even the new ones up and coming. And me and Al will often say, oh, there's always the wave of the new and the old. But the new ones don't recognize what came before them. And that's one thing when I started this in 2006, I knew that there had people that had fought hard before me. I knew and acknowledged the hard work and court battles that had gone on before me. The fact that people had done jail time before me. The fact that I wasn't anybody special in my community because we were all fighting for the same thing. And we just had to keep that wave riding. So I started Southern Alberta Cannabis Club in 2006. It's 2026. So in June of this year, I've been doing this 20. Holy fuck. 20 years of fighting. And we're still not done yet. So when you think that the government exists and the government's that and blaming the fucking government, I would be the person that should be blaming the fucking government. Instead, I went and sat with them. Instead, I sat myself at the table. I went and sat in MPs' offices, and I became very, very involved with the Liberal Party in Montreal. I was campaigning for Justin Trudeau to get him elected no that line so we could get legal cannabis. So there's a few things I've done in the past that I'm pretty proud of. And I hope that going forward, we can keep fighting hard for these people that use cannabis as medicine, because they're still not getting the recognition, because it all was rolled into the Cannabis Act. And I was at those fucking round tables too when they were building the Cannabis Act. And I stood up and said, until Health Canada recognizes cannabis as medicine, we're going to keep going around and around in fucking circles. And they still haven't recognized cannabis as medicine. You go to Health Canada, there's still warning labels. If you buy from the legal market, they've got warning labels. Like they do on alcohol now too, because it is a carcinogenic, and I understand the aspect of, not putting anything into your lungs. But the stigma. But hey, the stigma on poverty, the stigma on everything, the stigma and the judgment that we've done, what COVID, I think, did, this whole pandemic did to a lot of people. And I know it's history repeating itself. But I don't want us to be 1926 instead of 2026. I don't want us going back to even this forced treatment that they're doing with addiction in Alberta. They're just setting people up for failure. And again, like I said, it's an industry, right? It's human trafficking on all levels. You're picking up somebody who's vulnerable off the street, you're offering them a bed, but they wake up the next day, they got on that plane and they're in a different fucking state or a different province without consent, with no ID and no health care. Because once you leave a state or a province, your health care is null and void. You have 3 months, right? But in reality, you're not in the same province where your healthcare card's from. There's a lot of things in this world that are what the fuck right now, right? Another reason why I smoke cannabis. Because the world is what the fuck. And I think that we, like I've said this before, the cannabis community was a great community. Since legalization, we've kind of scattered because we don't, and I mean, it was like herding cats to begin with, to be fair, but we don't have any focus and we don't have any main goal. We fought the government hard enough, long enough in courts and, through legislation and everything else to get us to where we are. But it's not far enough, as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to drugs and addiction. I think that cannabis is a harm reduction. I think it should be offered as a gateway out. I know a lot of people that the statistics actually show that people have been drinking less alcohol due to the cannabis legalization in Canada, which I've always said, even to my kids, I'd rather see you smoke cannabis than drink any day of the week. I prefer you don't do anything, right? Like, let's be fair. You don't, my mom didn't want me smoking weed no more than I want my kids smoking weed. Right? Even though I use it for medicine, I know it's, fairly harmless and stuff. I don't want them smoking cigarettes either. It's harmful to their health, right? And I smoked cigarettes for years. I still vape nicotine. I'm trying to wean myself off that, but I haven't smoked a cigarette in a year. So again, in a perfect world, your children wouldn't need anything. We wouldn't have needed anything. We wouldn't have smoked. We wouldn't have drank. We wouldn't have done drugs, right? This isn't a perfect fucking world. So this euphoria or utopia of them thinking that they're going to shut down that country from shipping cocaine into the States and shut down that one from fentanyl. People are still going to do fucking drugs. It's no more than you're going to take prostitution away. And if you can't fucking change it, then make it safe. That's all I think that any of us should really, because it's really none of my business if you do drugs. See, I'm one of these live and let livers. Like, if it doesn't hurt me and it's not hurting you and you're a functioning addict, how about her, dude? Statistics are actually showing that more people die of an overdose that are actually functioning, working people in their homes alone than people using on the streets. That's a fact. That's a stat. Google it. I'm not going to bring receipts to my own show. You can figure that out. Google's free. But again, same with cannabis. They lied and manipulated the narrative about cannabis being harmful for decades. And now we're telling you it's not harmful, but we've been telling you for 25, 30, 50, 60, 80 years. And it took you up until 10 years ago to fucking finally listen to us. So I'm hoping that it's not going to take another 20 fucking years and another fucking million people dying of drug overdoses. They finally get it that they need to legalize and regulate everything. Whether you like it or not, manufacture it here. You want to fucking create jobs? Open a meth lab. I'm sure you'll have all kinds of people that are fucking qualified. You want to grow coca leaves? I know some friends that can help you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know nobody wants to hear that. I know nobody wants to hear about it. But we produce vaccines here. We make pharmaceuticals here. If you want a chemical conjunction, we've got labs that can do it. So then why aren't we? Why are we allowing dealers to get rich? Why are we allowing people to die on the streets? Why are we letting this happen? It just doesn't seem like it's that difficult to me. You know, we got a couple scientists in Canada that can make meth. Like I said, I'm sure if you put, you know, an ad out for meth makers, you'd have a few. Just go to your local fucking federal prison. I'm sure you already have them. Give them a job. Make them do something for, you know, give them a job. I mean, does that sound ridiculous? Maybe it does. But I'm just saying, like, there are ways of building industries, right? You want to make Canada strong, regulate drugs. Regulate it all. End poverty. Give us all a universal income benefit. Help medical patients have their fucking medicine for free. And include cannabis under the Pharmacare Act. If you can pay for the veterans cannabis, and I know you do, I have friends that get their money from the government reimbursed back to them for their medical cannabis. Do it for all of them. Do it for every medical patient in Canada. Put cannabis on the Pharmacare Act, in the Pharmacare Act. Maybe that'll be the goal. Maybe a light bulb just went off in my head. But I think that's a good idea. I think that we should push that cannabis is added to the Pharmacare Act so that everybody that uses cannabis for medicine can have it paid for. I know some insurance companies do. You have to buy it from the licensed producers. That's the thing. And I mean, you can't be from the store either. You have to actually order it online through the producer, and then they will send you a receipt, and then your insurance company, I believe, reimburses you. I know if you have receipts from a licensed producer and a medical licensing, right? You have to have your medical licensing too. Like, you can't just say, well, I'm using it for sleep and write it off on your taxes. They want you to be licensed. They want you to have that proof. And the thing is that's happened too is since legalization, the medical cannabis patients list has dropped from 50,000 people back down to 10. To be fair, there were a lot of infiltration. There was a lot of people lied to get their licensing. I'm not going to say there's no fraud in the system, because we all know not everybody's good and honest, right? And it doesn't matter what system that we've got. There's always going to be a few bad apples, unfortunately. But now that they can access cannabis, and that's one thing that we asked for was dignified access. We wanted people to have dignified access, to have access to be able to go and not have to wait and grow and just or deal with some seedy guy in the alley. You know what I mean? That was a goal too. But in hindsight, what it's done is pigeonholed everybody, right? And made it so that their access is only like covered by a certain percentage, where everybody should be covered. Like I said, it shouldn't be just if you have Sun Life or you've got, every insurance company. But again, if you're low income and don't have any extended benefits and have to use the Canada Pharmacare Act, it should be covered by that. Fuck the insurance companies. That's where I'm at with this. Like, we have a Pharmacare Act that was put in and legislated through, and only certain pharmaceuticals are on it as it is. But I think cannabis should be on it. So I think that's going to be the new project, folks. I think we need to push the government to add cannabis to the Pharmacare Act. Just a thought. If you're bored. Like I'm not. My brain's going 100 miles a minute. My phone's going off like crazy because I'm also running a fundraiser. So since we only have a few minutes left, I'm going to take this off topic for a minute and off cannabis for a minute and talk about something that kind of started my day off with a shitty fucking tone to it yesterday. I woke up to, I run, I don't know, most of you would know, I'm a stakeholder with the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure in British Columbia. I started protesting and barking about our road maintenance company 10 years ago. Protested in front of the MLA's office and then got meetings with the MLA and the Ministry of Transportation. So they ended up giving me a stakeholders package. So I run 2 road pages on Facebook as well as do all this. So I'm a stakeholder with the Ministry of Transportation. So I woke up yesterday morning to a really shitty post on my page saying that we were the ones in that car accident yesterday at Swansea. We are grateful to be alive. And it just hit me. So I reached out to this young lady and asked her if I could get her email address and have permission to take, or she could send me a couple pictures that I could post and start a fundraiser for them. She did. And several of you know that my daughter is a drug addict. I'm gonna cry. Anyway, when I saw that little girl on that gurney, my daughter was hit in the head with a rock in 96. And it's affected her brain to the point that she had a bleed on the brain too, on the left side, her behavioral. Started doing drugs. She was like, even with, after getting her to the hospital at 4, we had to switch her from Tylenol to like Pez tablets because she was like so adamant that she needed those Tylenol to take away her headache, right? So addictive personality from the age of pretty much 4, because she was given heavy duty pharmaceutical painkillers at 4 for this head injury. Anyway, moving forward, that kid has been addicted to drugs her whole life. She's 33 years old and she's a drug addict. And I've had to accept that. That's the disease and because of the head injury. Anyway, seeing that little girl kind of took me back. So I started raising money yesterday. And then the girl that I work for at the garden center, Top Crop Garden Center here, Shannon, got a hold of me and asked me some questions. And then she took off and started a fundraiser at the store, basically coming forward with a $1,000 donation and basically challenging every other business in the area to donate more than they did, that much or more. This morning I woke up, there's $5,000 at the store, there's $7,700 on Stephanie Ann's GoFundMe, and people have been e-transferring, Mindy, and I'm not sure how much cash they've got in that bank account. I don't know these people. I've never met these people. But I raised that yesterday, and yeah. That's the shit that community does, right? You gather together, you fucking come together, and you help. So that's why my phone's going off. And it's been kind of crazy for the last couple of days, but the cannabis community used to be like that. Any one of us were in need, anybody needed this, that, and that's how I got myself in trouble. Because another patient needed some medicine across the country, and I was oblivious to the fact that I couldn't mail it. And I got caught because somebody was in need. So this year, we're starting out with kindness and we're starting out with a bang. And that's why I'm back on cannabis and coffee with marijuana, because moving forward in 2026, we want to bring some good changes and make some good trouble. And I think putting cannabis on the Pharmacare Act is going to be a project, as well as several other things. Anyways, I think that should just about wrap me up. I have shout outs again to all our sponsors who are great that, keep us, going on this network. We've been doing this now. Oh my God. So it's 20 years of cannabis. I don't even know where I'm sitting as far as doing shows. I think it's 10 years. Maybe it's, I'd have to check with Al. Because I don't know, I've lost years with COVID and stuff, and I've taken hiatuses and, been off the air for a while, but I've been doing this a long time too. So I really appreciate everybody that joins in, that follows, that, subscribes to our channels, that sponsors us, that stands with us, and all my friends over the years. Because like I said, Happy New Year. This is 2026, and this is going into my 20th year of cannabis activism. And it just reminds me of how fucking old I really am. And yeah, my hair's gotten a lot grayer. I had dark hair when I started this 10 years or 20 years ago. My hair was black. And now it's gray. And now it's gotten a little grayer too. So again, I'll be live with Al again on Wednesday night on Pace Radio for the Pace Radio Show, which is people advocating cannabis education. And Al's been doing that for almost 20 years himself. He's had several other co-hosts, so I just got lucky enough to be the last one that he's had for the last couple years. And that's because the other one was just kind of and she quit. I won by default. Just saying. Anyways, it's been a great last year sucked. Not gonna lie. But 2026 is starting off on a better foot. Like I said, I turned a shitty situation yesterday into a community event. My fundraiser. From a car accident to 3 people in 3 different hospitals, 1 here, 2 in Vancouver, a mom flying in from fucking Edmonton, a basement suite set up, and $10,000 raised in 24 hours. That feels pretty good. That's a good way to start 2026, right? I think so. Anyways, folks, I got 5 minutes left. I don't even know what I'm going to babble about for 5 minutes. Maybe I'm just going to end the show a little early because I don't want to bore anybody any longer. I'm going to try and get actually Cheryl Rose on next week. There's some updates on her and Haley, and I believe she's got some news to tell us and update us on. So I'm going to reach out to her this week. I also have my other friend, Melissa, who's fighting with WCB on TikTok. She's Saltier Mother as well. She did a live last night. Something's ticking down her way, so maybe I will try and bring her back on. She's been a medical cannabis patient fighting with WCB and the insurance companies for patients' rights for over a decade herself. Allison Murden, somebody I'd like to get up on this show and talk about what's going on with her and the psilocybin. She was not feeling so well. I know that throughout her court case, all charges were dropped against her prior to Christmas time. So, but these are the things and these are the people that I'd like to see coming up on the new year. So we'll see you next week, same time, same place, and I will see you all again Wednesday night at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time on people advocating cannabis education. Y'all have a great rest of your day, folks, and I'll see you then. If this thing will turn off. Oh, it's going to let me.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponic shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
I am. It's not live.
Hey, yeah, we're live. We're live, and we are intro-less. So it's just
we're intro-less because Al is running behind. and
Yeah.
this Al, not that Al. And I'm trying to load a song. And then we're going to play a new, where is it? God damn it.
Al's been playing.
I have been playing. Okay. Since we don't need it right now, I'm just going to play it.
All
So
right,
go ahead,
just play it.
ahead and start this is our new intro. Hi, whoever's watching. Yeah, I finally, like Al said, I've been playing. I finally added some music.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should medical physician.
Wake up, roller. Tune in, it's the high guys. Let the good vibes begin. Yeah. Yeah. 2 hours on the line. It's a Tuesday thing. 10 Eastern on the dot when the hotline ring. Got the headlines hot, got the jokes on cue. Little puff up perspective in your daily news. Hi guys podcast. Tuesday at 10. News, reviews.
All right. There you go. New intro.
I'm trying to find it so that I can play it for us. There is a full version of it, and it is Al.
It is created by Al, the third Al on the team.
People, I've been playing on Suno. Okay, let's put it that way. Music is something I've always enjoyed. I do play myself, and I feel that what I'm hearing is, I don't like AI. I don't want to get into that. No. Well, you know what? As far as AI and this digital ID thing, you've already been got, and you've been using it for years. Okay. Okay. As far as digital ID goes, that's already happened. That's your driver's license. And now they're talking about taking the paper license out of play. Right?
Oh,
and
the one that you would get
the card. Yep, the card. And they're going to make it digital. And here's the kicker. We have to pay for it. $250.
Oh, of course. If you can't get the money for giving you the paper version, they'll get the money from giving you a digital one.
Correct. Oh,
I heard that. Did you get a message?
Badoop to me.
I heard a badoop.
Oh, it was just everything going live. That's all.
All right. Well,
so yeah, I anyways, my feelings on the subject, you know, I'm a photographer, and I wouldn't like much if somebody came along, took one of my photos and adapted it and used it without asking at least.
yeah.
I've never charged anything for anything I've made. But you know, I understand there's some concern about impersonations.
Oh yeah.
And the first one came from Morgan Freeman.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I heard about that.
He's
His
getting
voice.
sick. Yeah, correct. Yeah. Do you hear me okay? I just realized my mic was way over here. There we go.
You are louder now, yes.
Yeah. Good. He feels that, you know, if you're going to use his voice, then you should pay to use his voice, or he should be able to say, sure, go ahead.
Yeah.
So anyways, everything that I do on this thing is ours. So we can play it.
Yeah.
We can chop it up. we can do anything we want with it. Kind of what it's the same thing, same way that Dr. High that we've been playing over the last year has been doing. I just one day decided to jump on there and see what it was about. I just said a boot.
Yeah, actually, that's the music that I've been creating some videos and putting music to the background. And
Yeah, well, you made a whole bunch of Christmas ones.
correct. Yes, did that over. And they broadcasted Christmas Day, and that was a collaboration between Casper and I. Casper at Time for Hemp. He did the animations and the music, and then I assembled everything.
Well, now we're going to animate and
Yeah,
assemble our own.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cinnamon
Hey, don't
heart
forget
seed.
anybody who's tuned in the show here. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe buttons. Eh? Help those algorithms spread us around.
Algorithms. There's a lot of stuff in it. I'm sorry, I'm eating cinnamon hearts. It's cinnamon heart season.
Cinnamon heart. Oh, is that because Valentine's Day is in a month's time?
Day after Christmas, the first day they were open, they had all the Valentine stuff out. I was like, ooh.
Yeah. Oh shit. So today we got some recipes, just to let everybody know. Got a little bit of news.
I got a couple songs to play.
You got some songs to play, correct. Exactly. You already played our new intro.
I'm just loading them. Yeah, but like I said, there's a full song.
Yeah. Well, you got a song ready. Did you want to go ahead and play that song?
Well, yes and
no.
no.
You want to play it, and I'll shut up.
I'm just trying to set it up here. Don't rush me, Al.
Oh, if you while you're doing that, we can still discuss. Have you heard about the? You're well aware about the CHS, the cannabis hyperemesis syndrome.
Yeah, that's hyperemesis.
Well, they've come up with a new term for it, and it's called scromiting.
Sounds sexual.
Which is easier to say, and it's also scarier sounding too.
I didn't even download our song yet.
Haven't you?
No, so I'm going to play this one that I'm adding.
Okay.
So go on. Sorry.
It's called scromiting.
It's like I said, I've seen the word, but it sounds sexual.
No. It is. It's the new word for CHS. It sounds scary. That's for a reason.
So when I go into the hospital next time, because I think I'm having a heart attack, they're going to say, "You're scromiting, man. Stop it."
If you go in telling them that you're throwing up all the time and you smoke cannabis, yeah, they may just do that.
I've been there, done that. I thought I was having a heart attack. We've told this story before. You've had a similar situation. I thought I was having a heart attack, and I had just had too many cookies, actually. like half a dozen.
Got too high.
By the time I got home, my bed was moving.
Was it?
Oh,
but were you uncontrollably vomiting?
I was.
And
my chest was tight. I honestly thought I was having a heart attack. I was not vomiting, but I did feel nauseous. I rushed myself to the hospital in an ambulance, where they proceeded to tell me, "You've got hyperemesis going on," and I was like, "You know what? Bullshit." And that conversation stopped right there. And I mean, she was very nice about it, and she understood where I was coming from. And but every 2 years or so, this subject pops up. Now we've got a new name. That's interesting.
Yeah, well, it was first medically was recorded 2004 or somewhere around there.
I think up to that point, we just called it greening out.
And that's all it is. Have something to eat, go to bed, have a hot shower, and drink lots of liquid.
There are people who are saying it's pesticide related.
Heard that. I've heard a lot of different things, Al.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've had situations where I've smoked a little bit too much, and I've had a panic attack, an anxiety attack, because that's what happens when you smoke too much. You know,
I've over consumed and just got really stoned. That's a rarity, but it has happened. But I just look at it as you over consumed. Or
like when
at
I
least
was there, Al?
for the longest time. For the longest time there, they were calling it ODing.
Yep.
And everybody relates ODing to death.
But you know, the people that come up with these, Rosa, go lay down, please. The people that come up with these words are fearmongers, and they want to put fear into you so you don't use it.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's the only reason why somebody would even, you know, like, is hypermemesis a legitimate ailment? Yes.
Yeah.
But it's greening out people.
Yeah.
Okay. You have too much alcohol, you're going to get what they call a fucking hangover.
Mm-hmm.
I've greened out where when I do too much oil, I'll wake up very groggy, and just discombobulated. There's a word you don't use very often.
Discombobulated. I got some words that I can't pronounce too. Now, as far as the scromining, and they say what they said here in this article that I'm looking at, we've been using this thing for thousands of years, but yet it never showed up in any medical literature. As I said, till 2004 was the first time it actually showed up in any literature. And they mentioned that it may be connected to neem oil as far as pesticide, because the reactions that people are getting are very similar to a reaction of neem oil.
A chemical reaction, yeah.
Yeah, they say it's similar to neem oil poisoning, which includes cyclical vomiting, abdominal pain, relief from hot baths, in response to antihistamines.
I'm sure
is it pesticide poisoning?
I'm trying to think of other things that are like that happen just out of the blue. You know, I mean, I know a few people who have been diagnosed with hypermemesis.
Now they also mention here that countries where neem oil is banned as a pesticide have very few CHS cases, and Canada is one of the countries. Canada's banned neem oil. Now I know people do suffer from CHS. I know of a guy, friend of the family, who all of a sudden got sick constantly and then went to the hospital, and they told him he had CHS, and he did the same thing you said. What the fuck? Forget that nonsense. And then he got out of the hospital, and the next thing he knew, he was back in again. So he stopped.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. And he said he only used store-bought cannabis.
Well, I want to tell you, the stuff that I had issues with that set me off that first time was not store-bought. It was from guy down the road bought. And I know the guy who grew it. He was a guerrilla grower, and all he used was water and fertilizer. You know, what kind of fertilizer? I don't know. I'm assuming something that he made up himself. But you know, as you know, guerrilla growers are usually pretty natural because they don't want to carry the fertilizer and all that other crap into the woods with them.
I knew some people who were growing, and they used neem oil for a while. That's what I first
A
heard.
lot of people did,
and I know that one of them had that issue, constantly getting sick, having to have a hot shower. I remember them commenting to me how happy they were that they had gas, hot water heat, so because they constantly had hot water.
I use hot
20 years
water.
ago, so who knows?
I use hot water and my shower for anxiety. You know, there's nothing that will settle you down faster, I find, is a hot shower or a bath. You know, and in fact, a doctor will even recommend it.
Hot showers,
you know, but you know, I mean, it's like anything else. Some people can handle their alcohol, and some people can't.
Right. So, so what are you smoking today? What are you smoking? We coffee.
I got half. It was $69. A bag of buds because they're consistent. I like their strength. And this is jet fuel.
Jet fuel.
Jet fuel.
Does it taste like jet fuel?
No, it tastes like weed.
Does it get you high quickly? You know, like a plane.
It will give me hypernesis by the end of the show. Okay, here, listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to this. My cat.
Here comes trotting in. Click clack. Tuxedo suit. Little French stash. Wide low, wobbling down the track. Tail up like a flag in war. Gold eyes locked on my floor. Her motor rumbling, hungry roar. Already acting like he owns the door. Steven the stoner cat comes running when he smells that drag. Jumps up, parks where my heart is at. Burning like a spaceship, loud and mad. Steven the stoner cat, big bite, tiny little stairs, screaming like a siren when he wants it back. Yeah, Steven the stoner cat. He struts in slow entrance grand like he's headliner of the band. Flops down heavy on my hand, pushing, shoving, you'll understand. Yells once, then twice, then three, echo bouncing off the TV. King of crumbs and company, high priest of the lazy sea. In the rainbow haze, whiskers twitching, chasing little colored waves. Bad belly rising like a rolling moon. Pause near time, rewinding the room. He blinks once, I lose a day. He blinks twice, world melts away, yeah. Even the stoner cat comes running when he smells that drag. Jumps up, parks where my heart is at. Burning like a spaceship, loud and mad. Steven the stoner cat, big body, tiny little stick, screaming like a siren when he wants it big, yeah. Steven the stoner cat. paper crack. Oh,
it's
he comes
replaying.
trotting
Hold on a
in.
second.
Click clack. Tuxedos. Little French stash.
Run now.
Wobbling.
There you go. Yeah, it's on the loop. I just shut off the looping.
Yeah, and then I shut it off, and then it turned it on again. Okay, I'm trying. What I'm trying to do is load our theme song here, which we'll listen to after.
Steven, the Stoner Cat.
Yeah, did you like that, Al?
Yeah, I did like that.
I've done. It's called Steven the Stoner Cat.
Okay, all right.
I've done things like butter in the pot, hoochie coochie mama.
Yeah, I seen you sent that link to me. I clicked on it.
The Grow Room Blues is going to get chopped up. Smoking on the Groove, and I'm gonna grab for us here two other songs that we're gonna play, and I can't find ours. Oh, I know why. Okay, so what do you got for us, Al? Well, I'm looking for this crap.
All right. I don't know whether you noticed or not, but I was doing a dab during that song.
Yes.
And I've made my life easier to do that because I went out and got a ceramic hot knife tip.
Oh, yes, you were talking about those.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see it now. You can see it up against the black hoodie. But yeah, trying to load shatterizers and bowls, things like that. I have found using a dab tool can just be. It ends up on the sides. It doesn't always get on the bottom where I want it to be. So I found this, and
but you can also use just your lighter, buddy. Heat up.
I know I've said that too, but I didn't like it. I didn't like that. Yeah, we talked about that before the end of 2025.
Yeah,
so
we did.
I found this.
And how much are they?
Good. This was basically $10, and then the battery.
And it's something that the legal store has, or you had to order it?
I ordered this, but the legal stores would have it. They should have it. If they don't. Good morning, Drebe Alone. Drebe Alone? I can't pronounce your name properly. But thanks for tuning in.
I don't know who you are, but nice to see.
There you go. Pronounce their name.
What? Sorry, what is it?
Drebe Alone. Drebe Alone.
Doctor, leave me alone. Doctor, leave me alone. That's what it is.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Doctor, leave me alone.
They got free coffee.
Oh, free coffee. Good.
Yeah. There actually is a show that does broadcasts on the network with coffee and cannabis and coffee with marijuana.
Who's just started up again?
Yes, correct. Yes. Yesterday was their first show back. Just took a bit of a break there. So today, and if you see me doing this every once in a while, this is a 50 milligram THC pineapple mango.
I'm glad you showed the bottle because it looked like you were about to masturbate.
That I was about to what?
Never mind, Al. I'm being rude.
Happy New Year's to you as well. Yeah, let me turn the comments on. There.
I thought that's what I went to do, and then I started adding stuff again. So
well, I'm glad to see the change in the comments because before the new year, if anybody's previous comments wouldn't show up on the screen before we hit the switch, and now we just hit the switch and their comments are there, and wouldn't have done that.
And
in
I'm going to
2025.
make them a little bigger so that they flow up into Al's nose.
I'll be that guy over the fence.
There we go. Now everything underneath
All
you. Okay, so what do we got going on today? I've never, you know what, going back to your tool, Al, when I started doing this, as I'm sure you did, there wasn't a lot of us doing this kind of thing. And so we used to get a lot of shit sent to us to review. I've had tools, you know, joint holders and exactly. Now there's just it's like podcasts.
Roach clips.
It's inundated with stuff. Roach clips. God, we used to wear roach clip back in the day. Come on, Al. Remember that?
I got one hanging right there.
Grebs, lumberjacket, cowboy hats or toques, whatever, and roach clips, usually with hangy things off them, hanging all over the fucking place. That was our shit in the 70s.
This one's got a peace sign on it.
Yeah. And you used to be able to just walk into the what we call joke shops down on Yonge Street, beside the porn place. I think it was called. It was beside the Funhouse, I believe.
Thanks for the thumbs up there, Sandy. Good to see you're watching.
And
I know, Sandy.
You used to be able to go in there and get roach clips with beads and all kinds of stuff. That was the 70s, man.
Yeah, it's come a long way. Things have changed.
I added this at the bottom too, Al.
Welcome all. Where's that?
This will disappear.
Oh.
This is in the same banners section.
Yeah.
It's something new.
Oh, it's timed or something like that, right?
Yeah, it's timed. It's 30 seconds or whatever.
Yeah.
So you're seeing a lot of changes going on StreamYard, yes?
Oh, big time.
Yeah, they've been sold.
Yeah, they've been put into the main company or something like that. From the notification that I read,
Logitech sold them, not to their parent company. Sold them. Logitech is the ones who used to own StreamYard. This is what I've read. So they've been sold. Yeah. They've been sold. I don't know if you've got an article, but they've been sold.
Well, when I started up the computer to do Monday's news, because I didn't have the computer on over the holidays.
Yeah.
There was a notification in StreamYard saying that StreamYard was now under something about their parent company, such as I think it said started with a B.
Yeah, I don't remember what it was.
Yeah.
But yes, they've been sold. Doesn't really matter to who.
No.
So my point is, this morning I got another one of those notices. You probably did as well, saying that they've been certified under a standards committee, which is good. I don't know if it will affect us, but it's privacy and security and all
right. Yes, I read something about that.
Yeah. So that's interesting. There's the when we started doing this, it was audio, and we were using Winamp. Well, I was using Winamp. And Winamp was at the whole internet podcast thing. Winamp was started by AOL as a way for people to openly share, broadcast, and listen to music. And the reason you'll see the reason I'm bringing this up. And where did that music come from, Al? Napster. Napster was a big file sharing service.
Oh yeah.
Focused on music, that brought music onto our computers without any real issues. There was lots of copyright arguments and things like that, of course, which kind of unfortunately knocked them out of business. They moved to Canada, and they've been running, I believe, out of Montreal, a file sharing service where you can purchase music openly through various different companies, I guess, and the artists themselves. Well, like MTV this month, they have shut down. Napster is gone.
Gone, eh? Yeah,
Gone.
yeah, MTV's gone. Yeah.
MTV's been gone for a few years. They've been producing a lot of really good TV shows, entertainment TV shows, and movies, but they are no longer, and they really haven't been doing music for 10 years, you know.
Okay, here we go. Bending Spoons.
Is that the name of the company?
That was the name of the company. They purchased StreamYard in 2024, and they said StreamYard service is now officially provided by Bending Spoons US as of January 2026.
So
they bought them from somebody a couple years ago, and it says as of January 1st, 2026, StreamYard services is provided by Bending Spoons US Inc.
Yeah, they bought them from Logitech.
Yeah.
But it makes sense that a company like Logitech, which is a company that makes your webcams, well, one brand of webcams, they made, back in the day, my first webcam, which was black and white, and it was called a Quick Cam. That was Logitech.
I think I remember them. Well, it's all different now. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Doctor, or however you say their name. Yeah, there you go. House of Hamptons.
Yep. They had a lot of shows. They produced the Osbournes. They've produced a few renditions of the Osbournes. Cribs. They are responsible for a lot of innovative music shows and reality as well. You know, I mean, the Osbournes wasn't the first reality show, but it was sure one of the most viewed, right? And now look at the reality. I mean, I just every morning on Tuesdays, I wake up and I sit down and I watch the latest episode of whatever Below Deck show is on that month. Because I like it. It's drama where drama is supposed to be on the TV. So when I sit down and talk to Al, that's where my headspace is. It's on a cruise ship somewhere.
On a cruise ship.
Not literally, but
oh, there we go. I'm just seeing. I was just reading the comments.
Are we ready to listen to the full song, or do we want to listen to something else?
Let's listen to the whole song. Sure.
All right. This is the Hi Guys song.
Theme song. In its entirety?
In its entirety, yes.
All right.
Wake up, roller. Tune in, it's the Hi Guys. Let the good vibes begin. Yeah. 2 hours on the line is a Tuesday thing. 10 Eastern on the dot when the hotline ring. Got the headlines hot, got the jokes on cue. Little puff up perspective in your daily news. Hi Guys podcast. Tuesday at 10. News, reviews, and views. Again, 2 hours talk truth. Yeah, they keep it kind. Hi Guys podcast. Ease your mind. From the couch to the call, let let the story roll from the big world spins to your tiny bowl. They break it all down with a chuckle and a grin. You laugh, you learn, let the medicine in. Oh yeah. Tuesday at 10. News, reviews, and views. Again, 2 hours talk true. Yeah, they keep it kind. I got podcast. Ease your mind. Who got the tape? Who set you straight? From the first bar to the end of the show, you feel that funk in your soul. Let it grow.
I like that. That came out really, and that was the first thing I did.
Was it? Yeah, it was good. Good.
You know what? It's when I started doing this, the idea was, and I'm talking way back when, because I've been doing this for going on 22 years. Okay.
Right.
I enjoy music. I wanted to share music, and that's what I did. But then over the last 5 years, they've taken that away. I can't.
Oh yeah, you've been hammered with the copyright stuff and everything.
If you saw our emails, you would understand. I mean, constantly copyright. Now, this is the first time that I've played something that I've done that I hold the copyright for on the show.
Yeah.
So we'll find out about 15 minutes after we're done whether or not there's going to be issues or not.
Shouldn't be.
No, there shouldn't be, because like I said, I have whether or not it's with the assist of AI, I have produced this song. Okay.
Yeah.
So I hold the copyright. So therefore I should be able, and it says right on the website, I can play it where I want on social networks. I own it. And if Facebook says anything, I can tell them to go themselves, because I own it.
I think, can you also set it up so that if somebody does try to claim it, that
one of the
interesting, or
no, not really. One of the things that Suno, whatever it's called, is about is sharing open source music,
right?
Basically, okay. And so they have settings in there where you can allow somebody to remix what you've done.
Yeah, YouTube has that as well.
Correct. They also have settings that allow you to remaster it. So if you hear one of my songs and I have it set that you can remix it, then you can go ahead and remix it. Whether or not it notifies me, I don't know. This is new. This is new to a lot of people. You know, what I'm excited about is that, I mean, I went from running a full-blown radio station 24/7, somewhat automated so that I could play commercials when I wanted and blah, 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 to not being able to play music openly at all, unless I pay thousands of dollars to do so. I've tried through various different websites that like Mixcloud, which includes your copyright fees to allow you to play, but only on their website,
right?
Because they're the ones that pay for the copyright. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. Will I use other people's music? Sure. If somebody says to me, you can play my music and I like the song, That's what it's about.
Yeah, I've
Promoting
got
something that you like.
Yeah, yeah. I've got a couple people that give me permission to use their AI music.
Like
and
Dr. High was
video.
letting us play his stuff.
Yeah.
And he's still putting stuff out. So now we're gonna do it ourselves. We're gonna cut out the middleman.
Oh yeah. Do
you want to see how quick it is, Al? Do you want to see how quick it is? I'll show you. I did this with a friend yesterday, and I may blip out because my computer is crap.
Okay.
I'm gonna close this. Deedly dee.
That wording does just go under my nose, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. It'll scratch your nose for you. All right, Al. Give me 5 words.
Okay. Cannabis.
Of course.
Rod.
The what?
Rosin.
Okay.
Buds. Trimming.
I hate trimming. I think most people do.
Smell.
Smell. All right. Your favorite genre?
Oh, jeez. Let's go with blues. I'm a rock and blues. If you can do a rock blues.
How about and funky blues?
Okay, all right. Sounds good.
You don't like funky blues?
No, that sounds good. Yeah.
Funky blues. All right, male or female? How about a duet?
Sure, just do a duet.
How do you spell duet?
D-U-E-T.
Yeah, I got it. What else do we want to put in there? Male and female. Male and female. What else? What else
do you want to add to it? Rolling Hills.
Rolling Hills? How do you make Rolling Hills sound like something?
Oh.
Music, not video, Al.
Okay.
You can make videos. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Fields.
All right.
Harvest.
How do you spell F-E-H-A-R-V-I-L-D?
Okay.
Fields. I before E except after C.
Only sometimes that works.
And what was the other one? What was the other one that you said?
Shit.
Shit. Okay.
Fields. You got fields.
Yes.
Harvest.
All right. I'm leaving shit in there.
Okay. All right. Let's see what kind of song we get.
Here we go.
All right. Let's see. We got a few more viewers. If you're watching us on whatever you're watching us on, like and share.
We're playing with Sono. There's actually there's another one that does the same kind of thing, and I believe they are the ones that came up with the Sasquatch and the ape talking to each other. And that's Sona, I think it is. All right, here we go. I got 2 versions that have come up. You ready?
Yeah, let's hit her. We're all hearing this for the first time.
Can you hear that?
Nope.
Okay, 1 second.
You may have to download them and then reload and then upload them.
Well, that's what I'm going to do.
Okay. All right.
So, do you want to do a segment while I do that, Al?
Yeah, you do that, and what I'll do is I'll talk to everybody about a recipe. This is a recipe. This is a personal chocolate chip cookie recipe. And this is Al created. It's not AI. It's Al
No,
created.
actually, Kelly gave me the suggestion, and she had just made some for Michael. And just sorry, I'm not meaning to change the subject, but I just wanted to let everybody know that Puff Dog Michael had open heart surgery yesterday.
Oh,
he had his main artery is clogged, so he's at home. Kelly's being the nurse. He's at home and he's okay. Just wanted to telling Al mostly than anybody else. I don't know if anybody remembers Puff Dog, but he was one of the founders, along with Al, I believe, right?
Well, it depends on what you're talking about. Founders of
Dads for Marijuana.
Oh no, I wasn't an actual founder, no, but I was involved.
You were involved, as was Marcel.
Yeah,
many years ago, and yeah.
You look me up at Facebook, you'll see past worked at Dads for P. This is Al's, as in that Al right there. And he's saying 3 to 4 tablespoons of cake mix in a microwavable mug.
Yep.
And then you take 1 teaspoon of oil, cannabis oil. Do you use infused? Are you using fecal? Or are you using coconut oil? Or are you using butter?
It doesn't matter.
Oil doesn't matter. Okay,
doesn't matter. No.
All right. 3 to 4 tablespoons of milk or cream. That would help with the absorption of the THC, as well as probably required for the recipe, anyways. Add your chocolate chips and stir. Now, I'm assuming you could use like butterscotch chips?
Well, yeah, this is it's one of those recipes that's very basic, and you really do it yourself. You want to do what you want, right?
Yeah. Now they say then microwave it for 65 seconds.
Yeah, and that's quick. Now, I don't like cooking in the microwave. I like warming in the microwave. No, I've never had any real success. And I also have memories of my father making us lunch, and all he would do, because he didn't cook, all he would do was take hot dogs and put them in the microwave and nuke them, and they would come out all wrinkly and stuff.
Yeah, hot dogs. Yeah, exactly. I remember my first experience with the microwave. I was living in Mississauga with my parents. I was still too young to go anywhere else. So this is a long time ago. And I wanted to boil eggs. I always boiled eggs on the stove. So I grabbed a bowl, put some water in it, put an egg in the water, same as you would do on a stove, right? And I made sure it wasn't metal. That's why I used the bowl. And I turned the microwave on and started cooking away. And then next thing I knew, there was a big explosion. And the microwave door popped open. And it blew a hole in the lid.
Before locks, obviously.
Huh?
This is before locks, obviously. The security
It blew a hole right on the inside of the microwave in the lid, the plastic part.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
Just from eggs.
I got eggs all right. I got more than just eggs.
Anyways, go back to I'm all loaded here and ready to go. So you go back.
Okay, so there you go. Al's personal chocolate chip cookie recipe. All you need is chocolate cake mix, some cannabis oil, and some chocolate chips in a microwave.
No eggs.
No eggs.
No eggs. No. And like I said, I don't like cooking. And I didn't make this. Kelly made this.
Yeah.
And what she calls this is a personal chocolate chip cookie.
Okay. Oh, that's the actual name. You weren't just saying this is a personal recipe.
No.
Okay.
That's the name of it. It's personal chocolate chip cookie. I have last Christmas
Yeah.
season, one of the gifts I got was a cake in a cup, and it came with cake mix that you didn't need an egg for, and chocolate, not chocolate chips, but Smarties, M&Ms actually, and like everything you need, and a microwavable cup, and you mix it and put it in the microwave for however long it said, and voila, you've got a cake in a cup. Excuse me. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Since you had one on cookies, I grabbed one on chocolate chip muffins.
Oh, I like chocolate chip muffins.
Yeah, there you go. And with them, all you need is a quarter cup of cannabis infused oil. And you can use canola oil, vegetable oil, olive oil, coconut oil, right? You need a quarter cup of neutral flavor oil. Never heard of that. 1 cup of sugar, 1 cup of milk, 2 eggs, 1.5 teaspoons of vanilla extract, 3/4 cup of sour cream, 2 cups flour. Maybe I could share this. What do you think?
Sure.
Sure.
I don't. Might as well. Got nothing else to do.
Sure. Okay. Then we'll do that. Here we go. Here. 2 cups of flour, 3/4 cup of sour cream, 1.5 cups of cocoa powder, 1.5 teaspoons of baking powder, 1/2 teaspoon of salt, 2 cups of chocolate chips. You could buy all these chocolate chips at the same time for Al's cookies or Kelly's cookies and these muffins. So you preheat the oven at 375. You got 18 muffin cups of paper cupcake liners. You say to take a large bowl, whisk everything together. That's the oil, sugar, milk, eggs, vanilla extract. Fold into sour cream until just combined. Fold it in. You just pour it in. I guess there's a method for that. In a medium bowl, stir together the flour, cocoa powder, baking soda, and the salt. Let's see what else. Stir in 1.5 cups of the chocolate chips. You got to bake it for 15 to 20 minutes and cool for 5 minutes, and then remove and eat. Enjoy. There you go.
Awesomeness.
Yes. Some, give them to your children before you go to bed, but make sure they're not infused. Non-infused versions of these recipes, make sure that they won't sleep all night because of the chocolate.
I won't sleep all day because of the cinnamon heart. You ready to hear a song, Al?
Sure, let's play a song.
Boots in a rose, sun on my neck, yeah, running low. Green on my gloves, sticky little fingers where the scissors go. Where the scissors go. You laugh, you look wrecked. I say, baby, that's the whole project. We got jars in the shed, and the sky smelling sweet over our head. Yeah, sticky fingers in the summer, cut it down, hang it up, let it cure my trouble. Got that heavy heart that's on my mind. You roll, I press, we get blessed by the mess. Yeah, we living in the good kind of grind. Yeah. I'm humming that blue note, sap on my shirt, stain on my coat. I'm dancing through stems, little green halo hanging off my heels. You say this word's rough, I say, feel that back, that's enough. We both laugh till it hurts. Hands full of gold from the dirt. Sticky fingers in the summer, come and cut it down, hang it up, let it cure my trouble. Got that heavy harvest on my mind. You roll, I press, we get blessed by the mess. Yeah, we living in a good kind of crime. Fingers
tacky, lips all cracked, but the whole damn field got our back.
You say it smell like getting free. I say
That's just how it's supposed to be.
you tremble,
I press,
you curse, I bless.
we talk our talk.
In the roast till dark.
Let the funk hit the barn like a spark.
Let the funk hit the barn like a spark. Hey. Stick your fingers in the summer. Cut it down,
Hang it up.
let it cure my trouble. Got the heavy harvest on my mind. You roll, I press. We get blessed by the mess. Yeah, we living in the good kind of grind. Yeah, we living in the good kind of grind.
That was stanky.
That was great. I like that. Here, hang on. Yes. Yeah, that was good. That was good. First
You
time
wanna
we
hear-
all heard it. That worked out really well, didn't it?
You want to hear the second one?
Sure. Let's play it.
It does it two at a time, eh?
Right.
Oh. Boots in the road, sun on my neck. Yeah, it's running low. Green on my gloves, stick your little fingers where the scissors go. You laugh,
You look red.
I say, baby, that's the whole project. We got jars in the shed, and the sky smelling sweet over our heads. Sticky fingers in the summer. Cut it down, hang it up, let it cure my trouble. Got that heavy harvest on my mind. You roll,
I press,
we get blessed by the mess. Yeah, we living in the good kind of grind.
I'm humming that blue note, sap on my shirt, stain on my coat. I'm dancing through stems, little green halo hanging off my hem. You say this works rough. I say feel that bag, that's enough. We both laugh till it hurts. Hands full of gold from the dirt.
Fingers in the summer. Cut it down, hang it up, let it cure my trouble. Heavy harvest on my mind. You roll,
I press
we get blessed.
by the mess.
Where we living in a good kind of grind.
Fingers tacky, lips all cracked, but the whole damn field got our back.
You say it smell like getting free. I say
That's just how it's supposed to be.
you trim, you curse. We talk our talk in the road till dark. And let the funk hit the barn like a spark. Sticky fingers
Sticky fingers
in the summer.
in the summer.
Cut it down, hang it up, let it cure my trouble. Got that heavy harvest on my mind. You roll,
I press
we get blessed.
by the mess.
Yeah, we're living in a good kind of grind.
I like the first one better. You have to unmute, Al.
So do I. To repeat myself. Maybe we could add it to the show. Like, I know we're going to add more music to the show. I know that. But why don't we get our viewers involved? Try to get them involved and ask our viewers while we're live to give us words
and we'll create a song.
Okay.
Everybody laugh.
Yeah. They didn't like it. You know what? I like music, period. If I could tell
Oh yeah,
myself,
so do I. Yeah.
I don't really care about the genre. And I'll give you an example. When the music, when the album for the movie The Violin or Red Violin came out, I saw it with my mom, and I got it. I'm not much into opera. My dad listened to opera, but my mom listened to every different genre, and I really took a liking to violin music. I mean, I played the trumpet in the band in high school, and I play guitar, and I have a keyboard, and and I fart around on GarageBand and stuff like that. It's different.
Yeah.
It's different now.
Do you want to touch on a little bit of news?
Yes, sure.
All right.
Sure. Too many cinnamon hearts, Al.
What I've got here, okay, is I went to the normal USA website, normal.org, and they have
There's
the
also
top 10
Normal
events.
Canada, just saying. Normal Canada is out there, and I believe that our friend Jack is on the board there.
Yeah. So they've got their top things. So I'm gonna do them in reverse order. Number 10 is the National Library of Medicine, the government's website. For the 5th consecutive year, researchers worldwide published over 4,000 scientific papers specific to cannabis. Okay. And they say that over the past decade, there's been a dramatic increase in scientific inquiries about cannabis, and researchers published more than 37,000 scientific papers since 2015, and there are now 53,000 scientific papers on cannabis that are available now. And they say we need more research. Number 9, cannabis legalization support remains high, but dips among Republicans. They say that nearly two out of 3 adults say that the use of cannabis should be legal.
Yeah.
They said it actually is a slight dip from 2024. At that time, it was 68%. So, number 8 was studies consistently show cannabis access reduces alcohol consumption. They say that these findings provide support for the idea that legal cannabis can serve as a substitute for alcohol among certain individuals, and that legal cannabis markets may, in some instances, disrupt alcohol-dominant marketplaces. And I know that it has affected these alcohol sales.
Yeah.
The
There's been some companies that have gone out of business because of cannabis. The alcohol industry as a whole is suffering.
Right? Yeah. Number 7, November election outcomes could reshape East Coast cannabis markets. They talk about 2026. I'm talking about different governors coming and going. Number 6 is longitudinal trials show cannabis provides sustained benefits for patients. Let's see.
You want to post the URL for this too?
Sure. Yeah. I'm just copying it there. Say according to the results of the trial, which include thousands of patients, cannabis preparations were safe and effective for periods of up to 18 months for those suffering from pain, insomnia, fibro, treatment-resistant epilepsy, PTSD or PDS, hypermobility disorders, endometriosis, and numerous other conditions. And this is a UK medical cannabis trial. Number 5, cannabis arrests continue to decline. Let's see. They say state and local law enforcement made nearly 190,000 cannabis possession-related arrests in 2024.
They reversed. Yeah, they were. I don't know if they did that here yet.
Mm. They said cannabis peaked in the U.S. in 2007, where police made 870,000 cannabis-related arrests.
There's still people in jail for cannabis-related crimes.
Yeah. Number 4, Congress approves legislation restricting sales of hemp-derived intoxicants. Yeah. Yeah, all those gas stations and stuff that have the hemp products in them. Yeah.
Every corner store. Every corner store used to have them.
Yeah, exactly. Now they've made them illegal. Federal data, teen cannabis use continues a historic decline. Between 2012 and 2025, the percentage of 12th graders reporting having ever used cannabis fell by 23%. Amongst 10th graders, it fell 35%. Among 8th graders, it dropped 17%. Fell 30% amongst 12th graders. Okay. Number 2, GOP lawmakers undermine voter-approved cannabis measures. Correct. Let's see. In Texas, Republican attorney Ken Paxton sued several cities, including Austin and San Marcos, to overturn voter-initiated cannabis depenalization laws. In Nebraska, lawmakers and regulators gutted the state's voter-approved medical cannabis access laws by rescinding patients' access to botanical cannabis. In Ohio, Republican lawmakers approved legislation rolling back legal protections for adult use cannabis consumers and recriminalizing various cannabis-related activities, including obtaining cannabis products from out-of-state retailers. What?
Craziness.
Wow. Okay. Number 1. President Trump takes executive action to federally reschedule cannabis. Now, they said that he issued an executive order in December directing the U.S. Attorney General to finalize a Biden-era recommendation to amend cannabis longstanding classification as a Schedule 1 federally controlled substance. Now, commenting on the order, Normal's Deputy Director Paul Armanetto said that while such a move potentially provides some benefits to patients and veterans especially, it still falls well short of the changes necessary to bring federal cannabis policy into the 21st century.
They don't want to.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, I took some notes. I'm going to put that in the comment section.
Okay. So,
as requested.
And I also, are you done with that bit?
Oh, sure.
Okay. I wanted to just make note that Granny Storm's list is out now, the new one, and it's available on the links are available on their Facebook page. That's where I found it. So if you're into Granny Storm, maybe you want to post a link for that as well. It's in our chat, Al.
Yes, it's. I haven't got.
Let's
it right here
explain what Granny Storm is. I wish we could clear this chat now. Look,
Yeah. Granny
This-
Storms is it's a real person.
yes,
She's a retired school teacher, and she has created a list of cannabis links. It's just links and links and links.
we
on
talked about this on our last show.
benefits of cannabis.
Yep.
Yeah.
She started doing
I should
this.
bring it out one day if I can.
She started doing this before Facebook, before social networks. There was a website, and it was just a link. And every year she updated it, and it was just a list of links to medical and cannabis related information that's available to everybody freely on the internet, making that the list to go to. I used it as a reference when I started doing the 420 radio show. Almost every show we looked at it. I'm sure you did the same thing.
Yeah. I actually
it was the
printed
at one time it was the only place to get the information.
I printed the list off.
How many pages?
So I printed the list off 400 and some odd.
Yeah, I'm sure it's bigger now.
Every page had approximately 10 links on it. It had the title, it'd have the link, and it'd have a brief little bit of information.
Yep.
Not a lot, just a little bit. And it's
you used to only be
and I
able to
used
get
it
it
when I was going to these different events was treating yourself.
Yep.
When I was going to events with treating yourself, I would go in, take that in there, and people would ask me about different medical conditions. So I was able to show them in this book, with this list, and give them the website address.
Yeah. But you know, when this
worked
list
out good,
when this list first started, it was up on Reddit. That's where you had to get it. And then it went onto the web.
Oh yeah.
Right. And it's been on there is a website. Do you happen to know what the website URL is? I do not. I'm gonna go to the list and look.
Heading there right now.
So am I. Let's see who gets there first.
I am here. I am
Granny
at the
Storm
list and the
Watch.
date on the top.
The link, there's a link.
I got it. There we go.
There you go.
Comments off.
It's on WordPress.
Okay, I'll bring this in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Come on, add to the stage.
So, you know, I mean, like I said, I mean, this list
There
has
you go.
been growing and growing and growing for I don't know how many years now. Right?
Oh, many. I wrote an article on this about this list, and I communicated with her in order to write it. And it's
I've never met her,
and that had to be
that
had to be like 10, 12 years ago.
Yep, she's very anonymous. Nobody really knows who she is unless you've met her at an event or something like that. She doesn't speak. She just put this list together for the better of mankind, quite literally.
There you go. She's 78 years old.
You know, at one time there was somebody that I knew very well that I thought maybe she was, but no, she wasn't. I'm glad to see. And this, we talked about it just on the last show that we did before the holidays, and then yesterday, we both saw that the new list went up, and Al made a comment on it, so I wanted to make sure that we, 3,000 what is it? I can barely see it. 3,101 pages.
Yeah. There we go.
Wow. That's, I tell you, that's dedication.
I should have put in the comments what the word what it was, other than just the name of it. But
Can you please post
Um,
the actual URL in our chat for that, Bud? Or did you already? No, you didn't.
I just put the URL in there. I just named it
Oh, there we
Granny
are.
Stormcrow's list.
All right, good.
Yeah. Yeah, it
That's
will take a
huge,
few
man.
while to load. Yeah, this is all new. This is within the last few days that this is.
And it's just one page. It's not like a whole bunch of different things, although I'm sure there are sections in this website. But when you load up the website, it's one big page, and you can go down and down and down and down. And
Granny.
down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that. The last update was February 2024. So this is the new one. And it's kind of broken down in sections, eh?
No, there's the
studies
section right there. You go.
That's just the studies. Just the studies are 3,100 pages. Never mind the other stuff.
Wow.
The news and everything. I'm going to load it up. Let you know how it. See how it turns out.
Wait, you know what? Well, you're looking at that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put on another song.
Okay.
And it's called Ball of Cheese. You can
Ball.
You can keep that up.
Okay.
And scroll if you like, Al.
Oh, okay. All right.
Man, in my left hand.
Yeah, I'm waiting for something to load.
Fridge door open like a spotlight. Late night mission in my socks mid-bite. Round yellow treasure in a plastic wrap. Take one slice, two slice. Lost track. Crumbs on the couch, I'm a Dairy King. Wrapper on the table like a boxing ring. Neighbors hear me chewing through the thin wall. Mouthful talking about I'm finna eat it all. I got a ball of cheese, man. Whole thing sitting in my hand. One more cut, then I'm done. I swear. One more cut, then it's gone from there. I got a ball of cheese, man. Bite so big, I need a plan. Said I'd share, but I changed my mind. This ball of cheese, yeah, it's all mine. Little knife sliding like a skate on ice. Every tiny triangle hit me twice. Snack turns meal, then a full-blown feast. Start with a Q, end up a beast. Phone in the other hand, crumbs on the screen. Friends ask out, I'm like I'm living a dream. Boxers, TV, and a cold white wall. Fancy restaurant, I'm good, I got it all. Cheddar, Swiss, whatever, I don't care. Circle, square, I'm already there. You got plans, I got snacks on deck. Ball of cheese in my palm like a paycheck. I got a ball of cheese, man. Whole thing sitting in my hand. One more cut, then I'm done. I swear. One more cut, then it's gone from there. I got a ball of cheese, man. Bite so big, I need a plan. Said I share, but I changed my mind. This ball of cheese, yeah, it's all mine.
Okay, so why would I do a song called Ball of Cheese, man?
Yeah, man.
Well, somebody that's very well known in the community, PJ Green, in Hamilton.
Mm-hmm.
She made and posted a picture of some cheese that she made, and it was a ball of cheese. So I just jumped on. We got ball of cheese.
Well, I thought maybe it was about a strain of cannabis.
I'm obsessed. Okay, I didn't sleep all night the night before, because I was in here coming up with stuff, and some of it is real simple, like we did earlier. I just put a bunch of words and stuff like that.
Yeah, we got a really nice song there.
I can add my own music. I can add my own words, my own lyrics. Mm-hmm. I can choose instruments and stuff like fine your selections are. Okay. And it's
Mhm.
all text. You tell it all text and put it in, and it, right? And I'm just obsessed with it now. So there's going to be a lot of music. Maybe music
Now,
about
as
toenails.
far
I
as
don't know.
Granny's list, you can see it there. I've got it on the screen.
Yep.
Everything is alphabetical order. This is ADD, ADHD, and hyperactivity. These are all links, and this is the titles right here, and then
Yes.
the link is included. And all you have to
And-
do is click on it.
Question.
You know,
How far back does it go?
it says at the very beginning that
That
it
Al
is.
doesn't remember what it said.
No. No, they've been doing this for 20 years. Now, how far back do the studies in that go? That I couldn't tell you in this thing, but I know in the one that in the 53,000 studies that are at that the government has there now, those are, and they're scientific studies. Those go back as far as 1840.
1840.
1840, correct. Yeah. So this is just page after page. There's like 2.5 pages there, just ADD, ADHD. Now there's addiction, cravings, and stuff like that. It just goes on and on. If you look, I don't know if you can see that on the screen. Yeah, you can.
I can't. No,
It
everything's
says
blurry.
that it shows the 3,101 pages that are there, and I'm gonna blow that up so you can see some of the words a little better. Now I'm just gonna blur it because it just goes too fast. So let's say I'm on page 10. So I'm gonna go to page 100. I'm in the A's, right? I just did ADHD, right? So I go to page 100, and I am as far as medical conditions and that, I'm just gotta scroll to one. I'm still in the A's, talking about aging, how cannabis affects our aging. Now let's go, let's see, 1,000 pages in. What letter are we on now? We're on H. 1,000 pages in, and we're only on the letter H.
Yeah. Quick question.
Sure.
Okay. See if it says anything about cannabis hyperemesis syndrome.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I shouldn't make.
No, it is something that people deal with.
No, but I shouldn't make fun of a speech impediment like that, as Al has a speech impediment. But
correct.
It's all in fun.
Okay, I am looking.
No, get over it, Al.
Cohorts. I'm in the right. I'm in the light. I'm in C, so that's good.
Oh, you're not finding it?
I'm hunting for it right now. CH, because everything's in alphabetical order,
I'm
right?
sharing our links here while you're doing
it's a big list, man. There's a lot of stuff on it.
Oh,
like
yeah.
I had this in a ring, like a plastic, like wide clip ring book, and put a cover on it and the whole bit.
Yep.
Yeah. Child abuse, neglect. You're gonna be CA, so I gotta. Chemotherapy is huge. Cancer, her listing in cancer is just astronomical. Yeah. I can't keep up with my scrolling.
Yeah, that happens when you get old, Al.
The thumb is going. The page is it's loading. Holy smokes! What am I on? This is huge. Because it has its headings, right? For each. Oh, the sarcophagus. That's going the wrong way.
Well, Al's
Sure.
looking there. Please.
Yeah. I could be a while, man.
No, it's okay. Please make sure that you like and follow us on whatever social networks you're on. We're on everywhere.
Okay, I know that's there. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be interesting because it's updated stuff. So I would think that she has it in here, and I don't see where I can search for a particular condition.
So maybe it's not categorized that way.
Well, I'm at
It's
CO.
more by
so
articles.
Yeah, I'm at CO, so I have to go to CA to get cannabis. Right? CNS, clinical, classical studies, classic studies.
Maybe it's just hypermesis.
It could be. It could be.
Right? Not
Chronic.
cannabis hypermesis. I mean, they've what did you say it was called? Scrotuming?
Scrotuming. It has got nothing to do with the scrotum. It's got to do with vomiting and cannabis.
Scromiting.
Scromiting. There you go.
Not scrotuming.
Correct.
Scrotuming is a fetish.
Okay. Our children. Oh,
See what you did to our show, Al. You turned it into a dirty, smutty show. What are you doing? Scrotuming. Thank you.
Good thing mice have got this. The mice for computers has got that scrolling button on it because mine's burning up some rubber here.
You know what? I'm still trying to figure out what this 6-7 is. Yeah, I have no idea.
Oh, I've seen. Yeah, I've seen something on it, but I just can't think of it right now.
I'm going to ask Mary Jane. She'll know. I'll ask Mary Jane. She'll know. She's younger than us. We're old.
Yeah.
Al.
Yeah.
So I got one more.
Yeah.
I got one more.
This is a big year. This is a big year for me.
Why? 65?
This is a big year for me. Huh? Oh, there's an article right there. Let's see if it's a category.
65? Is that the big year?
Yeah. I turned 65 this year.
But your retirement has now been delayed until 70.
I'm seeing articles on cannabis hypothesis. There you go, right there.
There's one.
I found it.
So it is in there.
Yeah. CHS.
THC induced nausea. That's a nice way to put it.
Yeah. Severe vomiting believed to be caused either by cannabinoid overdose, neem, or pesticide poisoning, or
THC nausea,
or a fungal or viral contamination of cannabis, identical to celiac vomiting syndrome, but with the cannabis as the trigger. Hot baths can relieve the cause of it. A moderation of use is the only prevention, and so far quitting is the only cure. So this is basically, that's the beginning of a page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
It's gonna explode when he gets to 10.
7 and a bit. 7 and a quarter pages.
Above cannabinoids.
Yeah. So she has lots of articles there on it. That's just on the research. That's not in the other. That's not going into the other areas. This is just studies.
Don't know. I know this is just studies with a link. It's not. The information isn't on there. You have to go to this link. I mean, like And this is what we would literally sit here, audio only, and go through the list. And if something interesting in the list popped out, we went to the website and we talked about it. That's, that was our introduction to the Granny Storm list. Right. That was 20 years ago.
It was, yeah. I'll have to find that. I know I've got it.
Dave and Brian and I, when we started the show,
it's been a while.
Dave and Brian and I, when we started the 420 show, would literally just sit like this. But I mean, we had the list that we would go through, and that's where nation as well as our guests, right? You know,
yeah,
and that's really all you do in college.
I don't know. I never got to college. I never got to college.
I
went there. Took my son there.
I went and I finished. I was 27 years old and I went back to high school. And I went to Bathurst Heights, which at the time, I don't know if they still do this, was a mixed school. And when I say mixed, I mean age. So you had regular school age high school kids and older people. I was in my 20s. I was 27. So I was taking courses, photography and other stuff, computers, with kids 15, 16, 17, 18 years old. And I found it energizing because I took a multimedia course where we had use of the entire North York Board of Education's studio, where they did educational stuff, and like they had a full broadcast studio there that we had access to, editing suites and all that stuff. And I was doing it with younger students. So there was a different vibe. It wasn't like going into a high school class and you're all in your 30s. Do you know what I mean?
So second, thanks for the thumbs up there, John. John's last name, John L. Vella.
John.
Yep. Now Sandy, she gave us a thumbs up. I mentioned her name a while back there. I've known her even before PACE. Doing advocacy work with her before PACE.
I have people on my Facebook from before I started doing stuff.
And her partner was built things out of metal, like figurines, and put them in like big figurines. So I've got this.
You have some figurines.
Yeah. Like it was like big steel plated things. He ended up making a bird bath, or you could make it as an ashtray that was on a stand and had this cut out flat metal big cannabis leaf that was part of the stand. It was pretty cool.
Nice.
Yeah.
So are you moving? You're moving your office. You're not using the other office anymore.
Oh no, I'm using the other office.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know if you noticed today, but I was sitting the dab ring during the songs.
Oh, it's not in the other office.
Right. So I'm fine in this space too.
So Gail has shoved you into the basement confines of a little tiny space where you're hidden now, eh? Did she give you shit yet for smoking outside the window, Al?
No. Actually, Al
only consumes and vapes. He's allowed to dab and vape. He doesn't smoke.
Yeah, and it's for me, it's nothing new because it's been like that ever since day one. When it comes,
but I don't know I don't get the difference other than she doesn't like the smell. That I do know.
Yeah, and there's other people coming and going in and out of the house, so that don't.
And, no.
The grandkids, so on and so forth. So, I'm in a little room here right now, but I could create ventilation and external fan and all that, and then I'd be fine. But I can do dabs in here. There's no smoke effect to it, right? So
I smoke openly in the house, and when the kids come over, I don't smoke in the house.
yeah.
You know,
Mhm.
I don't particularly, you know, people make a big deal out of their kids at being around cannabis,
Mhm.
but yet they'll light up a smoke right beside them. I don't get that.
Yeah, I
I
know.
don't like it because, you know, it is scientifically known now that cannabis does not promote lung issues. It can help with them. But yet, we do know scientifically that
Mm.
tobacco will kill you. But yet, people who
No,
choose,
it was so well.
I smoked since I was 14 years old. I haven't had a cigarette in
Oh,
20 years.
talking
Well,
about smoking, but this is talking about smoking. This is of cannabis. Did you know that as of the 1st of January, that the people in Czechoslovakia have legal cannabis?
that's awesome.
They grow 3 cannabis plants for recreational purposes.
It's kind of, they've been watching us.
They are allowed to. They can grow the 3 plants. They're allowed to have 25 grams away from their home, so in personal possession.
So the same as us.
Probably the bad news, and this is going to need some fine tuning, because 3 cannabis plants outdoors are going to produce more than the 100 grams that you're allowed to store in your home.
And that was one
It's
of
not
the
even a
reasons
quarter
why.
pound.
Yeah, we don't have limits like that here.
No, because they realized it was silly.
Well, we have 4 plants in Canada. Every household, not every person, every household in Canada may grow openly 4 plants. And they, when they were first talking about the legislation and the laws and stuff, when they changed it here in Canada, because it is legal to have 4 plants on your property at any given time of the year. And although they tried to put a height limit on it, they removed it. But that there's no limit that you can have in your home.
No.
The only place that there's a limit in Canada is when you travel. If you are licensed, you can have 150 grams. If you are not, you can have 28.
And don't forget, in Quebec, you cannot grow your own cannabis.
Correct. But you can buy it at a store.
Yeah.
And that's stupid. And I'm sure that will change. I'm sure that.
Yeah. It says, okay, now as far as in Czechoslovakia, you gotta be 21 years of age or older. Cultivation may take place in the property that is owned by you or in premises in which they have legal right to, such as a rental.
Okay.
The law does not set requirements for securing your plants or specifically particular cultivation methods. Cannabis may be grown indoors, outdoors, or in a greenhouse.
Are there any limits on what you can use to make things with?
If you get caught growing 4 or 5 plants, you'll be considered an administrative offense. So that'd be probably like a ticket. Okay. And then if you had 6 or more plants, that would be a criminal offense.
You don't, like I said, we have 4 plants here. And if you are an experienced grower and know what you're doing, regardless if it's indoors or outdoors, you can make that sustain your year or more. I mean, if you need more than that, then you have to get licensed for it. But I mean, you can grow a hell of a lot of weed out of 4 plants if you're good at it. I have not gotten there. I just want to say.
Yeah. I can grow more outdoor in one harvest than I can throughout the year, based on my numbers. So, but it's different.
Do you find that you get more outside or inside?
I get more on the harvest outdoors, but I do find it's different in so many ways, not only in yield, but as far as from taste to being involved, to working on them, all that stuff. My whole routine has changed after so many years of doing it a certain way, and then I went outside, and that changes everything.
You haven't grown outside in a while, have you?
No, I hadn't. Not. And then I went indoors once I got licensed, right?
Well, I mean, I'm doing the indoor thing for the first time. I've never, other than a plant I had in my living room and a plant I had in my kitchen 30 years ago, 40 years ago now, I've never grown inside. And so I'm working on it.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. What do we got? We got 11:45.
I got one more song to play on our way out. So if you want to wrap it
all
up.
right. Well, let's do that. I just want to touch on one thing. I don't know if you remember, but at one time, a micro producer was a rare thing when it came to licenses in Canada.
Yeah.
And now it's the most common one that is issued in 2025.
Yeah.
Is micros. There's 920 licensed growers in the country, as far as that end, not counting the medical people. So, all right, tunes. Go ahead.
This song is just one that popped out of my head. It's called Hoochie Coochie Mama.
Are we going to sign off after by talking, or I just run the closing?
When it's done, they can watch us pick our noses, and when it's done, just hit end.
Okay, I shall do that, just so I know what's going on. All right.
And we'll see you all next week.
Yes, next week.
Or you can see Al on Pace, or you can see me on Fridays on
Yes,
Radio.
yeah. Wednesday nights. Face Radio Show.
There you go.
Coochie coochie mama, strutting down the block, one heel, one sneaker, two different color socks. Got that silver handled cane swinging like a clock. Says, baby, watch me wobble, I still make the whole room stop. Coochie coochie mama, shake that cane, don't drop. Little limp in the hip, but she's still climbing to the top. Coochie coochie mama, painted lips that talk. Got a crooked little body, but I still rock. Print jacket smells like cheap perfume. Laughing so loud, she just owns the room. Taps the cane on the floor, keeps time when the band gets loose. Says I dance how I can, baby, what's your excuse? Coochie coochie mama, shake that cane, don't drop. Little limp in the hip, but she's still climbing to the top. Coochie coochie mama, painted lips that tall. Got a crooked little body, but I still rock.
Somebody's asleep at the switch. You're also muted, buddy.
I know. I was busy when the song ended. Oh, fuck. I'm not ready. All right. We'll see you all next week. Talk to you later. Bye-bye. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Story says that the Drug Enforcement Agency says the cannabis rescheduling appeal process remains pending, despite President Donald Trump's recent executive order directing the Attorney General to finish the job in the most expeditious manner, in quotes, they say. Now, the DEA and reform proponents on Monday submitted a joint status report on an interlocutory appeal that concerns allegations of agency bias and improper communications with anti-rescheduling parties during the rescheduling review process. Oops, I've lost where I was at. That's all right. I'll get it. To date, Movant's interlocutory appeal to the administrator regarding their motion to reconsider remains pending with the administrator, according to the DEA. Now, no briefing schedule has been set, and it's up to the agency to set the briefing schedule. But nearly a year after the appeal was accepted by former administrative law judge, the DEA is again delaying this process. This is the fourth joint status report with largely identical language that the parties filed pursuant to the administrative court's order.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day and welcome to the Mushy Moment for Tuesday, January 6, 2026. Got it right. And boy, this year's just flying by. How you doing?
I'm doing good, but every time I watch this opening, I think we should update those pictures. That's pretty blonde hair I'm wearing there, and yeah.
Yeah, that one for me in the coat is like, I don't know, 10 years old. I look younger there though.
I just thought that was funny. I'm looking at those pictures like, oh, we should almost update those these days.
Hey, maybe we'll do a whole new intro for 2026.
Maybe.
Yeah.
How are your holidays?
They were really good. Really good. I spent time with family. I spent time with friends. Yeah. It was really good. It was very healing. These times can be stressful, and there was very little stress really going through it. It was quite nice. I really quite enjoyed all of it, actually.
Excellent. Yeah.
I got to
It's nice to have a holiday like that.
Hung with my grandkids, hung with my daughters. Yeah, it was pretty damn awesome.
Yeah, and I saw that you rang. Oh, mine was great, but I saw that you rang in the new year with a bonfire this year.
I did. My buddy he invited me over. It's some friends that we hang out with. We got dogs, so we do the dog thing. And he invited us over for a bonfire and bring the dogs over. And yeah, normally I'm in bed early on New Year's, so this was quite nice to actually hang out past midnight, hanging out with the fire, smoking a couple of doobies, just enjoying the new year ringing in. Yeah, it was a lot of fun, actually.
That's good. That's good. Did you get anything exciting for Christmas?
Probably. My brain shorted out when you asked me that. It was like I went to scroll through the things, and it's like, no pictures coming. Sorry. But yes, I got lots of great stuff.
Oh, my podcast partner would be great.
I have a feeling that, I was in a car accident a little while ago and I got a concussion, and I have a feeling that concussion it takes some of those things just as I'm about to go, and it kind of leaves them behind the door. And I can see the door and I know they're there, but I just can't get the door open to find that thing I'm looking for.
Mm-hmm.
But, oh, wait, where did I put them? But we're fixing that right now.
Yay!
Yeah, it's, just another one on the list.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What did you get?
Well, I got time with family, the same as you. Time with friends. It was really beautiful. Yeah, it was just a really great holiday, all the way around, in my family. Time to spend with each other. Beautiful big meal with everybody there. And then my dad had in November, they found a very large tumor in him. So he had emergency surgery to remove that. And so my biggest present this year was that, my dad got through that surgery fine and came home. So the rest of it doesn't really matter.
No, the rest of it doesn't really matter. That's the most beautiful part. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's so just for that reason, it was a great holiday that, everything was okay. And the doctor seems to think that, everything was got and everything should be fine. We should know more by the end of the month. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
And how's he doing now? He's at work already, isn't he? He's just out there working.
My dad, being my dad, came out of surgery at about 12:35 on a Wednesday morning, so like midnight-ish, right? And so 12:35, he got wheeled into his room, and at 9 a.m. that morning, he was on a conference call. My dad, being my dad. And yeah,
take care of this. I got work to do.
Yeah, when he did get released, he got released again. I mean, we're gonna pick a Wednesday. Got released on a Wednesday. Got home about 5, 6, 7 o'clock, whatever time it was, and got up and went to work on Thursday. Because that's my dad, right?
Wow.
Yeah. And besides that, I wasn't going to necessarily quote unquote work over the holidays, but I ended up working. So I've had some really beautiful ceremonies happen in between all of the holiday stuff and the family stuff, and it's been a pretty huge gift too.
So tell us about some of them.
Well, really, I think the biggest thing for me is, I had this really bad injury almost 2 months ago now. And the Cindy from before any of this healing would have let the injury take her. I would have been in bed, et cetera, not working and, falling into the depression around it and letting the pain win. So I think the biggest lesson and the biggest thing that I can say coming out of the fact that I've been working is that that's not what I'm doing this time. I'm finding ways around the pain, so ways that I can still be in service without causing myself more distress. It's been pretty amazing, and I'm very blessed that I decided to take that route because, when people come to you looking for healing, when you're somebody like me or yourself, you don't want to say no. So I'm very blessed for the healing that I have endured and the healing that I have worked through to be able to stand strong in my injury and still be able to hold healing space for others. I think it's pretty beautiful.
That's pretty awesome. And then when you're holding space for others in their healing, it helps you heal as well.
Oh yeah.
That's one of the big things I'm finding. The more I give, the more it reciprocates.
Yeah.
The more I help others, the more I heal. It's a beautiful thing.
It sure is. Yeah. Yeah. So that's been my life. Recently, well, actually this morning I had all day today was physio and massage day. But we're going to add restorative yoga in the next few weeks to my healing regimen. And I'm kind of excited about that.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yoga, good.
Yoga.
Did you say yoga or yogurt? You're adding yogurt to your
yoga.
As you can tell by me wrapping myself in the blanket, it's a little bit chilly out here.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of funny. Here he is out in BC, like wrapping himself in blankets, and I'm here in Nova Scotia with a tank top on.
Yeah. I'm too cheap to pay for the heat. Come here, Chica. Come and make me warm. Come over here.
Get over here and cuddle. Give me your body heat.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kind
of exciting. All kinds of stuff going on. So yeah, I've been lucky enough to, almost hold all of my medicines over the past couple of weeks, whether it be combo or 5-MeO. Yesterday I was serving cacao. So it's been pretty exciting to sit with all of the modalities on this side and, have a few of those epiphany full circle moments where you see yourself in your participant and realize that was you 5 years ago and kind of look at me now.
Yeah. That's I pray the healing path is walked by many more. I really do. It's a beautiful thing. This year I changed a lot of patterns. The first is the anniversary of the dog attack on my daughters. And a lot of, up until last year I started the change. This year it was a big change. But generally I would just hide away and get through the time. And this time it was like, no, let's face the time. Let's change the patterns. Let's change the heart. Let's open love. Let's get rid of any of that dark, dusty fear that's been hiding in the crevices of the past in my brain. And it's dust it out, clear it up, make the walk happen in the now, not in the 10 years ago bullshit that happened. And boy, it's been transformative would be the word I would use.
Absolutely. Yeah. And you got to chat with both of your girls, during the New Year's Eve, New Year's Day timeline.
And they're actually pretty good. They, we've all been working together because we realized that, there was family drama happening. So we've been working together and checking in constantly, because it's the periods where we'll loop into the crap from the past and get depressive and, get shitty. And this year was the first year where I didn't see any of that really happening. It was, we were each checking in on each other and checking in from a place of love, not checking in from a place of fear. And it's been a beautiful, I'm looking forward. Prior, I didn't look forward to Christmas and New Year's. Now I'm looking forward to Christmas and New Year's again. So, yeah.
Pretty beautiful.
Heart changing, and changing the heart changes the brain.
It sure does.
Snip it. No, what are we supposed to say?
Clip it.
Clip it. Oh,
that's great.
So we're going to do some news stories today.
Yes, we are. We have a few up on deck. Steve has went and did some research as I was in physio all day, and he found some interesting stuff to chat about. One of them just happened yesterday. I'm going to bring it up and share it with everybody. It's coming to us from Marijuana Moment. And they're talking about how the DEA boasts legal production levels for psychedelics like psilocybin and DMT in final rule for 2026.
The Drug Enforcement Administration, the DEA, has finalized quotas for legal production of controlled substances in 2026, further raising the amount of certain psychedelics that can be made for research purposes in the new year. In a notice published in the Federal Register on Monday, DEA increased its quotas for psilocybin, psilocin, and DMT compared to what the agency proposed in its draft rule in November.
DEA said in its initial proposal that it was moving to boost the quotas for psychedelic substances so researchers can study whether they could serve as a potential treatment of conditions such as post-traumatic stress, injuries, and depression based on public.
Yes, it can. Yes, it can. Sorry.
Based on public comments the agency received, it said the amounts were adjusted to be at higher levels than were proposed, without expanding on the specific rationale for the individual quota increases.
The production goal for psilocybin rose from 30,000 grams last year to 40,000 grams in the initial rule for this year, and is now being raised to 50,000 grams in 2026's final rule. The psilocin quota increased from 36,000 grams in 2025 to 48,000 grams in the initial 2026 rule, before being raised again to 80,000 grams in the final rule for 2026, more than doubling in the span of the year. Nice.
Yeah, for DMT, and we're talking about NN-DMT, the kind that's used to make ayahuasca. The DEA is proposing to increase the quota from 20,000 grams last year to 25,000 grams in 2026. In the agency's initial rule for this year, the quota for that psychedelic remained the same, but has since been revised in the final rule following public feedback.
Other substances that saw increases from last year in 2026's initial rule have not been further adjusted in the new final rule. That is the case for methadone, an MDA-like compound. In 2025, the agency set a goal of 5,200 grams, but in 2026, it wants 30,000 grams produced. The production goal for the substance was minuscule 4 years ago, when DEA proposed manufacturing of just 40 grams. The same quota was set in 2022 before increasing to 5,200 grams for each subsequent year until 2026, and it is now being increased to 30,000 grams.
DEA set a quota of 30,000 grams for 5-MeO DMT to be produced in 2026, an increase from 11,000 grams last year. This is a substantial boost from 2021's quota of just 35 grams. Wow. Over recent years, DEA has generally ramped up production goals for cannabis and certain psychedelics as interest in their therapeutic potential has grown within the public and scientific community.
The proposed 2026 quotas for cannabis, THC, ibogaine, MDMA, LSD, and mescaline were not adjusted since last year. That's actually, that's beautiful, because that means they're making way more testing happen.
Oh yeah. Are you going to keep going? There's more.
Yeah. These proposed 2026 quotas reflect the quantities that DEA believes are necessary to meet the estimated medical, scientific research, and industrial needs of the United States, lawful export requirements, and the establishment and maintenance of reserve stocks, DEA said in its proposed rule in November.
Yeah, Marijuana Moment likes to hide stories, longer stories, and make them look short. It's kind of funny. The agency said that in setting quotas, it took into account several factors, including projected demand for such classes indicated by procurement quotas, information obtained by federal health agencies such as the Food and Drug Administration and other factors affecting medicinal, scientific research, and industrial needs in the United States and lawful export requirements. The Controlled Substance Act, CSA, requires the Attorney General to set APQs, for Schedule 1 and Schedule 2 drugs each year. Notably, that would mean cannabis would not be part of this annual research production list if the Justice Department follows through on an executive order signed by President Donald Trump just last month, directing the Attorney General to move cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3.
Which I sure hope that goes through, because then a lot more science can be done.
Yes.
Whether the process, if finalized, remains to be whether that process, if finalized, remains to be seen. A report from the Congressional Research Service noted that DOJ could, in theory, decline to enact rescheduling or start the review process all over again, for example. And that's the kind of games that used to be played. Hopefully they won't be playing those type of games coming up. You know, there's people are learning that there's a lot of medicine that we were taught wasn't medicine. And if they move the marijuana from Schedule 1, which is no medicinal benefit, to Schedule 3, then they can open up research on it with a lot of the scientific areas, whereas the Schedule 1, they're not even allowed to do research on it.
Yeah.
That's that would be a big move, because then at least a lot of research can be done. And
which is why they're expanding the numbers of what's being allowed to be produced and to be moved, is because, like, I mean, if we don't, the research can't be done.
35 grams of 5-MeO.
No, okay, just so you know, 35 grams of 5-MeO can really do, like, I mean, a lot. Like a fuck ton, a lot. Sorry to, stick swearing in there, but when you stop and think that a max dose of 5-MeO per session is 60 milligrams.
Yes, but the 35 grams would be for all of the people in the states that are doing any science or anything on it.
At least one, possibly two really good sciencey things with that, but that would be about it. But, like, I just wanted people to know that there's a difference between 35 grams of, say, mushrooms, or cannabis, and compared to 35 grams of 5-MeO, the doses are a lot different. It's the same as if we look at amanitas or peyote. To get a good dose of peyote, you're looking at grams and grams and grams and grams. And the same with amanita if you want to do, like, the whole trip journey, right? So, yeah. But they still have to up it. If they can get their 50,000, then they can do a lot of experimentation with that.
Yes, then a lot of publishing can happen, and people can find a lot more truth through the experiments. And it's a lot of it is so new and so raw, and yet changing and healing people's lives at astronomical rates. And the ability to have that up so that it can do more faster would be really good, because MAIDS is kind of the competition to that. And I'd rather see a lot more people alive than a lot more people choosing MAIDS.
Not that this is what this podcast is all about, but at the same time it is. There is, I'm not sure if it's Nova Scotia Health or Canadian Health Canada are offering, they're doing a research study about the COVID boosters, and you can get up to $1,500 to come get your booster for this study.
Wow. Not touching it. Leaving that bomb right there.
I tried, folks.
As someone who's met and helped people that have gotten vaccine injuries, I'll just leave that one alone.
Yeah.
I've watched people get stomped into the ground discussing stuff on that. If people want to discuss it, call me personally.
Yeah, I don't even know where to go from this.
I didn't know about that actually. That it was.
Yeah, it was one of those things that I was scrolling. I had to go back and take a look. It had one of those little blue check marks. So I don't know how real or unreal it is, but yeah, it blew my mind, and it brought a lot. Same as you, I'm not going to say them, but brought a lot of thoughts to my head, and you know, of who might be the people that end up taking advantage of that. Because $1,500, if you really need it,
Yeah.
especially this time of year, after everybody's just blowing like any extra money they have on Christmas, especially if they have kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah.
kind of crazy. Yeah.
Is it? I wonder if it's being done anywhere else or just in Nova Scotia.
Well, I don't know. Like that's why I say I'm not sure if it's Health Canada or Nova Scotia Health doing it. I'd have to go back and take a look at it, see if I can find the ad again. Yeah.
Well,
But I
you
found
know
it quite
that, Rain, I'll go
interesting.
dig
Oh, I know you'll go digging. Tune in next week after Steve's gone digging. Oh, and the guests we're having next week. Oh, God. You guys can have quite a conversation because Chris and Sarah will be here next week.
I say meet people where they are and let them. Everybody has the
exactly.
right to whatever process they decide they require.
Oh, it's the same as we decide the process that we require. And that's one of the things that I've learned in my journey is that if somebody else isn't ready to make a change or if they're happy in what they're doing, just let them.
Yeah.
As long as they're not hurting anybody else, just let them.
Yeah. That's where I sit as well.
Yeah. Well, you know, it is a good time to, you know.
Oh, hey, it's about that time. Why don't we take a short break, show some ads for our sponsors? People can have a quick hoot, go get a cacao while they're waiting. That's what I'm going to do. And we'll see you right after these messages.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
Pace Radio is the people advocating cannabis education radio network.
stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Good day and welcome back to the Mashi Moment for January 6th, 2026. Wow. I'm going to write that wrong probably for the next month.
Oh, yeah.
2025. Thank God we don't do checks anymore. You know how many checks I used to screw up at the beginning of the year? Every year.
Every year. I got a cat right over here, though.
Meow meow. Oh, she looks like an angel.
I had to run and get a cookie.
oh, wait. Yes, I found one of the gifts I got for Christmas. Is that not the cutest little Christmas tree? It had a little sign in there that said, "Have a merry little Christmas." Wow.
The cookie that I just ate was part of I guess a gift from my dad. He makes cookies every year, and my favorite is the Scottish shortbread that he's been making since I can remember. Best cookies ever. I might be a little biased.
Well, I figured they had to be pretty good. You were eating it on the camera there, so
oh yeah,
no, I had going for sale, cheap. You know, you just. Oh, I got some Christmas baking as well. Yep, got Christmas baking.
What'd you get?
I got some tarts. I got some cookies, gingerbread.
Nice. It's always.
Yeah, except I'm starting a so I'm gonna stay sugary for a little while, see how it goes, see if we can get a few worms coming out of me or something, you know.
Ew. Yeah. But seriously, yeah. I get that.
Yep. Doing the natural cleanse. We put together a sour sop, clove, black walnut, green husk of the black walnut, and wormwood natural parasite cleanse. So I'm just being the testing guy on it right now. And giving it a run.
So I have some questions about this. Like, you say parasite cleanse, and we have heard of the parasite cleanse with ivermectin. Is this similar to doing that?
Yes. Some people saw, and a lot of people currently are doing that for a cleanse, but I kind of wanted to just go the more natural route. I started doing the ivermectin one, but I had that Herxin happen really bad, where you get really sick from it releasing everything really quick. And so after a little bit of research, actually quite a bit of research, I put together a natural form, and I'm just doing the test out on it now. But, you know, when a person does a detox like that, they've got to be careful, because not only do you release the parasites, but parasites tend to feed on heavy metals, and you release the heavy metals into your system as well. And you've got to be utilizing certain binders and certain things to help pull them out. And, you know, putting it all together, it's taken me a while to actually put it all together, because, you know, I'm not nut that'll just keep reading over and over and over again and going deeper and going deeper.
Does this include binders in what you're doing as well? Is that included in your
the binders through us, or you can get them through other companies as well. It'll have the binders. I'm working specifically with certain ones, so I'm the protocol that I will put together will be based around everything that I'm specifically using.
But to make it easy for like somebody that wants to come in and, you know, they want to do the parasite detox, you will have it all together. So here's a package, take 2 of these and 1 of these and 3 of these, you know, once, twice, 10 times a day.
Yes. Okay. Yes. And it's not you know, because a lot of people think it's something really quite easy, or you just, you know, you eat this or you eat that. And you know, I'll give you a quick rundown on it, right? This is for what I've put together. You've got to deal with your prepping. You've got to support detox pathways. You've got to make sure you've got lots of hydration happening. And it depends on weight as to how much of the
product.
The parasite product you have to take. So it's based on weight. But you know, you do like serrapeptase is one of the binders. So you've got to do serrapeptase first in the morning on an empty stomach. You got to wait 30 minutes before you can do anything else. Then you've got to do your antiparasitic formula, take those with a full glass of water. You got to wait 20 to 30 minutes before you do any eating. Then you have your midday lunch. You try and get in some probiotics or prebiotics, whatever you can get to get the gut health happening. No binders in there. And then in the evening, you take your antiparasitic formula, however many is for your body weight. And you got to take them, you know, a half hour before dinner or 2 hours after eating. You don't combine them with. And then, you know, around 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock, you do another binder, and it's a different one. I'm using modified citrus pectin and zeolite, and I just alternate one day modified citrus pectin, the next day zeolite. And, you know, you got to take the binders 2 hours after any herbs you're taking, 2 hours away from any supplements or meds. You got to drink 2 to 2.5 liters of water a day. And it's generally a 30-day run. Like it's not just pop a couple pills and off you go. It's actually a protocol that you've got to be consistent with and stick with, because they're parasites and they can modify their behavior. It's kind of like, oh my God, I'm not enjoying aspects of this concussion. Antibiotics. If you don't complete your antibiotics and you've got something and you don't complete your antibiotics and, you know, you go back to use them again, you'll need something stronger because they've modified themselves against what you've attacked them with. And parasites have the ability to run, to hide, to move to different areas, and the same. So you have to be consistent. You gotta, you know, it's a protocol and you need to follow it. And generally you'll do a 30-day and do checkups, and then, you know, some people got to do a 60-day. It depends on how much you got in there. The ivermectin, fenben, and menben is a lot faster because it's concentrated medications designed for it. But for me, you know, if I was a cancer person, I would probably go that route, because you want it fast. You want to get your organs so you know there's no. If you have parasites in your liver or parasites in your kidneys, they're feasting off of those organs in your body, which means your organs are not performing up to par. And then if they're bringing heavy metals into your organs, they're harming that organ with the heavy metals. So it's not performing up to par. And you get diseases when your organs aren't performing up to par and your immune system is beat down. And parasites can do that. So, but as somebody that's not battling anything quick and intensive that I've got to try and heal real fast, I'm just going to go the slower, natural route. I found in my world, whole plant heals, medications medicate. And I'll just walk with the whole plant healing because it's been working for me.
Very, very, very cool.
So this
I'm
isn't available
excited.
through us, just so you know, this isn't available through us yet. This is just me getting things going and you know, it will probably end up being a product. But at this point,
Yeah, but
pretty
it's like the rest of your
research.
products. You created them and you use it on yourself. A few of your close friends will try it, and then you'll make your tweaks and you'll make your perfections, and you'll then prepare it to bring out.
Yes.
Mm. So you're in stage 1.
Yep.
Very cool.
And it's been a
He
lot
is-
of research because I've been dealing with a lot of people that use ivermectin, fenben, and menben. Right? We have a lot of people that are battling cancer and battling various diseases that contact us, and I've been working with a lot of them, and a lot of them took the reins and they're healing themselves and running hard, healing themselves, and they supply me data as well. So I'm kind of that guy that'll process lots of data. I don't do anything in a hurry, but I try to make sure it's done right. So at this point, that's where we are. I'm hoping within the next month we'll have this as a product up, but it might take a little longer.
Yeah. I mean, I remember when you first started thinking about doing this, a friend of yours had come along, who got the product to help a family member fight cancer. And you, like, that's when you picked up the product for you to first try. I don't know if you remember that meeting or not. And then it wasn't soon after that you tried it, and I remember how sick it made you. It was this time last year. It was making you really ill. Yeah.
Which in itself tells me that I have some parasites.
Yeah. So he's right. He's been working on this for like just over a year, between the research and the putting it together, and I find it exciting because I get to watch you take it from that step to this step. And then when you launch it, it's going to be really it's going to be pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm hoping. Yeah. I'm hoping. Happy healing. That's all happy healing, everyone. If I can be a part of your happy healing, I'm more than honored to do so.
Absolutely. Hear. Aho. You did find another story, which turned out to be 8 stories, but did you want to talk about at least the first one that you found that you liked?
Yes, that's
Good. So coming to us from Psychedelic Alpha, the story that he found is Australia's Department of Veterans Affairs explains world first funding model for psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy.
Last week, the Australian Department of Veterans Affairs shared a clinical briefing webinar it hosted for authorized prescribers to discuss its reimbursement program for psychedelic-assisted therapy. As we covered in Bulletin 213, which we didn't, Australia's DVA has become the first body of its kind in the world to agree to fund psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy, or PAP, after the Repatriation Commission and Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Commission authorized the move. Under the model, PAP includes psilocybin for treatment-resistant depression and PTSD, which is available to certain veterans who have attempted multiple conventional treatment options.
During the clinical briefing, Associate Professor John Lane, who assumed the new position of DVA Chief Psychiatrist in the spring, shared more details about the program, and we're going to talk about a few notes from the call here. The world is watching you, Dr. Lane. Dr. Lane was keen throughout the call to emphasize the world-first nature of the funding model and to call on his fellow psychiatrists to administer, the PAP responsibly. He retains ultimate sign-off authority on each and every PAP funding application form that is submitted.
DVA is not legally able to fund things considered experimental or otherwise, he explained, though he later noted that realistically, psychedelics could be considered experimental still at this stage, as they are in the rest of the world. In a direct plea to colleagues, Lane said, "We are relying on you and your clinical practice, should I say, to potentially tamper and moderate the attitudes and beliefs that veteran patients are going to be coming to you with.
Dr. Lane continues to say, we're saying this deliberately because there's been significant amount of media around these things. They've been referred to as miracle drugs and all of that sort of stuff. As a clinician, we all know that this is not going to be the case for every single person that walks through the door asking for this type of treatment. So again, we're asking you to use your clinical judgment and moderate expectations because these are not first-line treatments. They're not for everyone else. Typically, what we're asking here is just safe, sensible clinical practice and challenging misconceptions and misperceptions about these medicines, because at the end of the day, we would be concerned, I suppose, if there were multiple applications from particular clinics or various other sorts of things that didn't demonstrate that they were effective trials of strongly evidence-based treatments for these particular conditions.
The department also strongly recommends that outcomes data be submitted to the National Psychedelics Registry in order to provide a better understanding of real-world safety and effectiveness. Should that data not be forthcoming, Lane noted, it is unlikely that this type of program will continue to be funded in a couple of years. Later, Dan Corkery, DVA Senior Medical Officer, again impressed upon attendees that the world is watching, urging psychiatrists to generate data for colleagues in the US, UK, and so on.
It's up to you how you do it, patient and practitioner eligibility. In terms of patient eligibility, department envisions PAP as a fourth-line treatment and specified that covered patients must have a certain level of coverage from DVA, have a clinical diagnosis as per DSM-5, meet the definition of TRD or PTSD as per the FDA, and have failed multiple trials of multiple treatments, both psychotherapy and pharmacotherapy.
On the practitioner front, it is clear that an authorized prescriber, which in the case of psychedelics is limited to psychiatrists, must oversee PAP delivery. Man, you know, I looked through what they're saying everybody's got to go through, and a bunch of that was years of shit I went through before I found the stuff that worked. And it's too bad that they are going to leave it at the last thing to be used. Anyways, again, on the practitioner front, it is clear that an authorized prescriber, which in the case of psychedelics is limited to psychiatrists, must oversee PAP delivery. In response to a question, Lane confirmed that the psychiatrist should be on site during dosing sessions. You probably need plans of what will happen in the case of an adverse event, he added. In terms of whether the psychiatrist should view their role as one of oversight versus hands-on administration, Lane said, we would be incredibly surprised if psychologists were delivering drugs and emphasized potential legal risks.
The DVA expects the immediate treatment, treating team, which could include psychiatrists and psychologists, for example, to have completed an accredited PAP training course. Interestingly, however, the DVA does not maintain lists of approved training providers or programs and says it will not be the arbiter. Instead, Lane told psychiatrists that it is between you and your Medeco legal provider to decide whether a training program is appropriate. In terms of appropriate venues for PAP, Lane again said the DVA would not be drawn into making determinations. The department will only decide on whether to fund a case. It's up to you how you do it, he told the psychiatrists on the call.
The funding model. DVA also explained the funding model it has developed, which includes internal item numbers for various elements of a PAP episode. That will allow the department to understand the costs associated with each area, and payments will be staged over time as the patient moves through the journey. The department will not fund treatments retrospectively or PAP delivered outside of Australia. It will also not cover active duty members of the military or those who self-fund treatment. The funding does not extend to medication washout or emergency admissions.
In response to a question, Lane confirmed that there is no formal guidance around fees. but that the department will be looking to see costs around the going market rate, quote unquote. Clinicians down under often charge in the region of Australian 25,000, which is 13,000 American, for MDMA therapy, for example. Should application, wow. I'm gonna go move to Australia. Should application forms lay out higher fees than market rate, you can absolutely expect to get hold of a lot of extra questions about where that extra funding is going, Lane said, adding that it is unlikely that a treatment episode costing significantly above market rate would be funded by the department. Wow, 13,000 American dollars for an MDMA session.
Therapy. What is included in the therapy? That's what I'd like to know. Wow.
Wow, indeed.
Well, I can see why they they have a need for funding for veterans if it starts at about 13,000 for, yeah. Wow.
That's, yeah, my mind's blown with that. That's like,
yeah.
I mean, mind you, what they're doing is you have to go to a psychiatrist. So now you're looking at the highest end of all of the therapy people. This person has the most school than all the other psychologists or therapists or social workers. You know, these are the people that are also MDs as well as, you know, therapists, right? So psychiatrists. So now you have to have a psychiatrist to be able to be, you know, that prescribes it, and that person also has to serve it to you. But then you know that they're going to have other people there with them because, like, you know, like they will have another therapist and maybe even another medical professional. Yeah, that's still, I'm trying to pay everybody, but everybody's making a
Well,
little
and I guess it
money.
depends on how many visits, how many sessions, because it just says for MDMA therapy. So that,
Yeah.
you know, that's probably more than just a, you know, one MDMA therapy session. It's probably a run. I'm going to have to do a little more research into that one.
In Australia.
You know, that kind of puts things out of the ability for a lot of personal people to be able to fund their healing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, Gabor Mate said to you one time, like, you know, healing is expensive.
Yeah. Yeah. And he wasn't kidding.
No, not at all. No, it's to be able to do it, you know, like you have to have money, you know. There's just so much that goes into it for the facilitator. So I can understand some of the costs, but 13,000 American dollars.
Yeah, that kind of lit me up. I was like, "Ooh, that was wow." But again, it's, you know, it's through the medical industry, and the medical industry, they have their perks and tweaks, and they make sure they're paid well.
Yeah.
So
yeah, they sure do. Yeah, that's just a lot of money. I mean, if you want to go heal to pay that much money, and you know, I hope that the funding really takes off. I hope that it gets used, and I hope that all kinds of veterans get approved and get healed at the expense of their government.
I see why they said in there that they won't pay for the funding of outside of the country, because for that kind of money, you can fly to quite a few places and, you know, yeah, I'll leave that alone.
Yeah, Australians and Canadians get along like, you know, like there's no tomorrow. So you can visit, say, Nova Scotia per se, and have a beautiful visit, and find some medicine, and go home and still have money left over.
Yeah. Yep. Wow.
Yeah. kind
Or
of
you
crazy.
can fly to places like Huatla de Jimenez and do mushroom ceremonies in the mountain where Maria Sabina introduced mushrooms to the Western world.
Yeah, I know somebody heading there this month.
He got it. That was an incredible Christmas gift I got. I can't believe that I didn't immediately jump on that one. Sorry. Yeah, I was gifted a trip to Mexico to 10 days in Mexico, going into the mountains in Huatla de Jimenez, and doing a couple of mushroom ceremonies with a curandero from Huatla by a dear friend of mine. That it's the 5-year anniversary of the last time we were down there. So yeah, it's I can't believe that one didn't open the door when you asked me what I got for Christmas.
Me too, because that's exactly what I was poking at. But I just thought, oh, maybe he doesn't want to bring it up on air. But there you go.
No, I'm having some issues with the concussion.
Yeah. But that's why medicine is exactly the right thing for you to do. And you're going to go do it with a close friend. And not just that, you are going to a curandero. So you're going to somebody who has been doing this for quite a while and knows what they're doing. And you're doing it in a very natural and safe environment. And I'm super, super, super envious and excited for
you. Yeah, I'm pretty excited because Lisa found this because she'd read a book by a lady that, if I'm not mistaken, she's a psychologist, and she was taking people to be treated by this curandero in Huatla. And Lisa reached out to her, and she's not facilitating journeys anymore, but she put her directly in touch with the curandero, and now
away you go.
Now I'm still blowing my mind on it, actually. But and honestly, I'm having faith that it's the perfect timing. I know I have a concussion after the car accident, and I've been doing what I can to deal with it. But one thing I know is that the larger dose mushroom journeys do huge wonders, especially after you've microdosed and healed up a bunch of the pathways and stuff. Those big doses do the big doses for me and other people I've worked with and know do complete resets on the brain, and watching the magic of not struggling to find the word, the magic of not choking on your words, and being able to have the conscious flowing, and the magic work is a beautiful thing. So it's it was strange that it was like I was kind of in that, oh no, another concussion, and okay, let's get to work. And then out of the blue, I get this magical moment that I'm pretty excited about, actually. And
I'm excited for you.
Yeah, it's because it is in the town where magic mushrooms were introduced to the Western world. Maria Sabina is the person that did the first journey on any person from the Western world, and that was George Wasson, wasn't that his name? George Wasson. And it's the first time I was there, it was all just a wow, because I couldn't believe I was there, because 5 years ago we went there and we did a mushroom journey, a daytime journey, and went up to Maria Sabina's shrine and sat in the mountains and just enjoyed. But it was just a happening. There wasn't the plan, right? We went to go see the museum. We went to go see the shrine. We didn't go to, there wasn't a plan. And this one, with it actually being a plan, is
a little different.
Yeah, it's a little different. I'm going in with proper intent, and intent is so important when you do any of these medicines. And with this now, I get to put in serious intent for, heal. I want the next level. I want the next level. Just as you heal you prove healing is possible. And with people in my family, sometimes they just need the proof. And I'm more than happy to be the proof. So this is pretty damn exciting.
It is. And with that,
oh, it's already time. Well, thank
already
you for joining us here for the Mushy Moment for January 6th, 2026. And we'll see you next Tuesday. Sorry, I was getting all emotional and I lost my brain for a minute. Take it away, Cindy.
Thank you so much for joining us. Happy New Year on behalf of both Steve and I, and we'll see you next Tuesday. Bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp. Well, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rent. Well, it's time for him.
Yes, it is time for him. Thank you for tuning in to the big broadcast, and I want you to share us with your friends. That is how we are found, and when we are found, people learn how important it is to take time for hemp. You know, this plant makes over 50,000 different products
This plant is great for medications. This plant is great for a lot of wonderful creature comforts, but this plant is still not legal all around the world. And that's why we are here today on the big broadcast. And we are raising our voice. And I'm not raising my voice alone. Before I say this, don't forget, anytime you hear the word joint on the big broadcast, you hit your pipes, your bongos, your vaporizers, and take time for hemp. And speaking of joints, I have a groovy joint host that wrote a groovy book called, check it out, For Country and Cannabis. And his name is Al Byrne, and he's here in the United States, in the sunny state of Florida. And he's down there enjoying the sun and boating around and doing fishing and just smoking out cannabis in his sunny backyard. Ain't that right, Al?
That's all I do. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not a bad life. Thank you. I did write that book. It's 360 pages long. It's full of information about the cannabis plant. And contrary to what Casper said about not being legal around the world, it really kind of is now. There's about 30 countries in the world that now have cannabis in their medical pharmacopoeia, meaning that their medical personnel can learn from it and use it as part of a real medical protocol. And then there's a lot of other places which have legal cannabis, one of which is Canada. And our guest today, I'm not going there just yet, but our guest today is in Canada. The book For Country and Cannabis, it deals with the United States. And it's a 40-year saga of how medical cannabis came to be in the United States, in Canada, indeed around the world. How'd that happen? It just didn't happen. It took a long time, still not over. But that's what the book's about. If you're a medical professional, if you're a patient, if you care for people that are sick, I highly recommend you read this book. You'll like it. I know I wrote it, and I'm biased, but my feedback from everybody is that, hey Al, that was cool. Thank you for writing it. So with that, I got a joint host. His name is Al as well, and he is we call him the token. That's a pun. Token Canadian. Al Graham, you out there? Yeah, there he is.
Hi guys, how you doing?
Are you high in Canada, or is Canada high with you?
Oh, I think we're high in Canada. That's what I'm going to say.
And
Look
you got a
at that.
groovy little radio network that you work to raise the voice of the cannabis movement up there, don't you?
Yeah, people advocating cannabis education. We talk about cannabis as well as psychedelics, and we have programming 7 days a week, everything from news to interviews with patients and business owners.
And you have brought with you an amazing guest who's kind of normal to hang out with. And apparently she's just your normal pot smoker. Oh, I said pot, cannabis smoker. And apparently she's also a normal business entrepreneur that you want to introduce us to.
Yes, exactly. Our guest today is someone I've known for many years. He's a Canadian cannabis business owner with multiple cannabis retail stores. He's also an executive director at a Canadian cannabis advocacy organization. So no use me telling you about it. Let's just bring her into the show. I'd like to welcome Jenaway Gavin to the Time for Hemp broadcast. G'day, Jenaway. How you doing?
How are you?
Good.
Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for joining us. Now,
I'll let Al lead the discussion because he knows all about you and your background.
Sure.
All right, I'm just gonna get everybody in position here, and there we go. Jenaway, I guess the best way to get this started is for you to, I can tell, like as I said, I can tell people all about you, but it's always better to hear it right directly from yourself. So tell us a bit about you and how you got started in the cannabis industry.
Oh, well, me and my husband, Lorenzo, opened up a head shop and seed bank here in Kingston, Ontario, where we're located. Back in 2010, it was called 420 Kingston. And from that point forward, basically, just by nature of being in that business and, selling seeds and doing this and that, you become an advocate pretty early on, especially during the era that was. We had a conservative government where, cannabis growers were getting more time in jail than pedophiles. So we had to really advocate to make some change. So we became really involved really quickly. We were a seed bank. And we also had a vapor lounge as well. But, we sort of had to roll with legislative punches. In 2016, the Smoking Act that we have here was amended to include cannabis. So we weren't able to keep our lounge anymore. And then in 2017, we were raided by the federal government for allegedly importing seeds. And so we had to stop selling seeds. And then the following week, the Cannabis Act was announced, because by this point, it had already been decided that cannabis would be legalized, but we just didn't really know how it was going to look from province to province and whether we'd be allowed to sell cannabis or, there's a really archaic system, or there was a really archaic system for alcohol, especially in Ontario where we are, where the government is the only seller. So we expected it would be something like that. And for a while, it was going to be that way. And luckily, the tides changed in our favor, and we were able to finally open up cannabis stores that are independently owned. There was some silly stuff that happened, especially in Ontario. There was like a lottery system because they weren't ready. So we're 2-time lottery losers, but finally, once they opened it up to everybody, we were able to get our licensing. So we were the third store in Kingston and the first non-lottery winner in Kingston to be able to open.
All right, now I need to jump in here for a minute because you've opened up like a lot of questions. Like one, for a lottery system, I know that in the United States that can be prohibitive because that means you put money down, and whether you get a license or not, you don't get the money back. So the government just keeps that. So that means it's like you risk X amount of dollars, and if you got it to lose, you lose. That's one. Then the other is I've known a few people up there that you may know. That I think there's like a Mark Emery and a couple of other people who have dealt with seeds and the things that you were doing, and they had like police putting them in jail and handcuffs and hauling them before courts, and I didn't hear a word about you dealing with any of that. So, like, are you like blessed? Are you an angel? Are you gifted? What's the deal here?
I'm all of the above, but most importantly, I think we were just like, we never shipped seeds outside of Canada. So I think that was the major distinction between me and Mark Emery. He was shipping everywhere. And that's what we learned from his case. In fact, we're like, okay, well, if we can just keep a lid on it in Canada, no problem. So ultimately, we were charged with possession for the purpose of trafficking. We were hosting a cannabis competition, and when the police raided us, it was the last day of the submission. So growers were showing up mid-raid, trying to drop off their samples, and they're all zigzagging out of town because they're afraid the cops are following them. It's like, don't worry, guys, they're just here for me. So my husband and I did go to jail. We did serve 4 hours of hard time. And then they let us go after they realized, like, all they're going to get from us is seeds. We didn't, they were looking for weapons. They were looking for hard drugs or other stuff. But really what they got was, a bunch of marketing material and seeds and, our own personal cannabis, that sort of thing.
Now
and of course the entries.
That's another question too. I know my two joint hosts have a handful of questions as well, but our audience might not be exactly acquainted with what a seed bank is. And if you're still doing a seed bank, does that mean I walk in and I deposit 200 seeds and then next week I come out and withdraw 500?
That's funny.
And I want a loan. I want a loan of 2,000 seeds. Right?
So it was, so basically what a seed bank is, and well, what it was a place that people could buy seeds from. So we were storing especially European genetics. We had a lot of experience with Dutch and Spanish breeders, and so we were allegedly importing those from European countries and making those partnerships. So brands you would be familiar with, and technically like DNA Genetics, Dutch Passion, Canavia, Greenhouse, a lot of the sort of commercialized coffee shop companies, those were who we were dealing with and reselling. So ordinarily in an unregulated market, people would be buying seeds from an online source, but we were selling them in person and online. And now we are still selling seeds, but because the seeds have to be regulated and produced by a Canadian producer, the seed sales are like 0.6% of our total sales at this point. It's a real shame, actually.
Wow.
Legalization brought death of the grower and death of the head shop.
Jen, wait a minute, Casper. Let me have a turn. Come on. He's wired today.
Yeah.
We talked to him about this before the show about how he is. But Jen, I want to. You just sort of created yourself in 2010. All of a sudden, you're in cannabis. I want to know how you got there. You didn't just show up one day. How did that?
So it's a funny story. I used to work for telecom companies. So you might be familiar with BlackBerry. That's a Canadian company. I have a patent with them for like a voice to text thing, and my job was like an intraday thing. And then I met my now husband at a Bell subsidiary, which is a telephone company subsidiary anyways. But we both hated our jobs and got fired within months of each other. And so the day that I was fired, I went over to his house. He was already fired a few weeks before. And I was like, because like really the thing that we bonded over the most was cannabis. So we're trying to figure out what our next step is. And through tears, I'm like, do you just want to go to Kingston and open up a head shop? And he was like, with nothing better to do.
This is a cannabis love story?
This is a cannabis love story. So then we moved back to my hometown from Kitchener-Waterloo area. And we opened up a store, and then really decided what our niche was seeds, because we just have an aptitude for it. And that was basically it, and the rest is history. And we my husband is the tether and I'm the balloon, so there's a lot of big pie in the sky ideas, but he's there to ground me when we can. But it's a good balance.
Yeah.
And then I got another question. I forewarned you of this. But you had an experience, or still do, with Canadian Normal, meaning NORML.
Yes.
National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws.
Yes.
And from 88 to 94, I was intricately involved in running National Normal here in the U.S.
Wow.
So tell me, how did you get this Canadian? Did you found the Canadian Normal, or was it there and how did that all work?
So the Canadian Normal's even older than I am. It was established in 1978 in I think Toronto. I want to say maybe BC, but it was established. I became involved first with Normal. Probably during the Harper era, just doing whatever I could to support the initiatives. But I joined the board while I was waiting for my licensing in, I want to say 2018, something like that, or 2019. And I became, at that point, because I was, one of the examples of somebody who was transitioning from unregulated to regulated sale. My my main role was trying to encourage others to do the same, to take the legal leap and to show that it can be done. And then the opportunity came up for me to become, I was nominated by my peers to become the executive director in 2021 after our stores were named the top sales in Eastern Ontario. So we did really well. Yeah. And so it's a real success story, really, of somebody who was slinging seeds to be able to navigate the ridiculous, especially 1.0 rules of cannabis retail. I would have, adding an extra layer of COVID on top of that, that was a whole, but I had always said, look, if you're going to give me a license to legally live out my dreams, I will sell cannabis on top of a mountain in the middle of a blizzard. I don't care. So, and a blizzard they gave me with COVID. But luckily we did okay. And here we are.
Well, normal Canada has been successful. I mean, in the sense that Canada has a legalization law where
Yes.
cannabis, normal in the United States, has not been, never
Yes.
has been, and I believe from the get-go didn't want legalization, no matter what they said. And I bring that up in my book, that the lawyers that ran national normal United States were defense attorneys. How do you make money as a defense attorney? First, you have to have an illegal drug and somebody that uses it, then you make money. So the whole concept of guys making money off of cannabis being illegal or wanting it illegal never didn't get through to me when I was running the place. And and I think that my hunch, if you will, was correct. And so I went off, as you will find in my book, to initiate the conversation about medical cannabis in the world, and we were successful. And a cohort of mine, and especially of Casper's, a guy named Jack Hare, went off and did what I did with medical cannabis. He did with hemp, and now we have hemp everywhere. So, I go back to the normal story. Your group has been successful where the U.S. group was not. I'm going to guess and say that the group that got it legalized in Canada was not so much lawyer orientated. Am I right?
So we have a lot of, like, our president Jack is a lawyer, and Kirk Tusaw, who's another constitutional lawyer here in Canada, who's actually American, from Michigan. He's also been heavily involved. John Conroy. So the founding group of Normal in Canada has always been based on personal liberty and the adults being able to make their own decisions. And the proof is really in the cases that these guys are taking on, because they're getting cannabis legalized for patients. They're making sure that a case that Kirk is famous for is the Great Gardner case with Matt Barron, where that was to get designated growers for patients. So quite frankly, a lot of these lawyer activists, as I would call them, have really paved the way for legalization throughout our country. And it's not perfect. Like, it's great that it's federal, and it's great that it's not recognized as a criminal issue. It's treated as a personal issue. It's not even really treated as a health issue so much anymore, unfortunately, for patients. It's because doctors, in the opposite, where you're saying lawyers didn't want anything. My feeling in Canada is that doctors never wanted anything to do with cannabis, and they never wanted to be the gatekeepers. And in our experience in sort of dealing with Health Canada, and a lot of pushback that we've seen has been from doctors to improve improve legalization as we have it, or remove some of the ridiculous guardrails that they've put in place for us. So that's why it's still important, even though we have federal legalization here, to continue with normal in Canada, because we need to sort of tweak those little silly things that need to be addressed, and it's really a matter of understanding the nuance. My focus, of course, is on the business side, because that's my livelihood and that's where I am. But I'm also a patient. I've always had a license for arthritis, so I do see the value of still having a medical program here and pursuing that more. But yeah, the lawyers have been. This is their community work. This is their pro bono work. They do personal liberty. They've been wonderful, honestly.
Well, that's good to hear. I was hoping I was wrong, and I think I am. But well, good. Yeah, we're getting close here to the end of a half hour. But just one more normal thing: you were nominated by your peer group to be the executive director, the boss in my world. Is that because Normal or Canada is looking more towards a business influence with cannabis? Or are you just a natural leader and they want a leader?
Well, I want to say both. So Normal has taken a distinctly less medical, so post-legalization, pre-legalization, of course, we believe patients deserve their rights. The whole system is built on patients' backs, and that should always be a priority. But I also do believe that patients need their own patient advocacy groups, because as a recreational cannabis seller, regardless of what my personal, prescription situation is or whatever, it's really important that they have representation that addresses their needs. And it's less about, getting stoned and more about literally treating themselves. So I think there needs to sort of still be both, and it needs to be sort of separate, because the business side of it does not ever care about the patient side of it. That's like quite frankly,
let's talk about.
I would love it for it to be, but.
Let's talk about the business side of it on the second part of this interview. And I would encourage people to make it a point to tune in to the next segment, because we have so much more to share. And I know that my joint host want to also say a word or two before we part ways. Albert.
Yes, I have a word or two. Thank you. That was a very interesting talk you gave us, and I'm looking forward to the next half where I get to ask some really difficult business questions.
I just want to point out that the lawyers that Genoway mentioned that are involved in Normal, Kirk Tusaw, John Conroy, our audience would know about the Owen Smith case that opened up the edibles and so much more for the patients. They were the lawyers that were on that case.
Oh, okay.
All right.
All right.
That gives you a better idea on where they stand on the whole idea of cannabis. Right?
And you can find out more about that on the PACE network, right, Al?
Yes, you can. That's right.
All right.
People advocating cannabis education.
And we do encourage you to go to timeforhemp.news. There's lots of free downloads, podcasts you can learn from, music you can share with your friends. And that way you can help us raise the voice of the whole world's movement, telling everybody how important it is to take time for hemp.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp. Well, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rent. Well, it's time for hemp. Throughout Earth's history, hemp has been used, no mystery. Hemp was legal to pay your taxes for more than a century. Check your faxes. The founding fathers make sense to me. It's time to grow hemp legally. Think of all its uses. It's money that's well spent. Right now, no excuses. It's time for hemp. Sustainable green industry, that's our intent. A better place this world will be. It's time for hemp. Fuel and food and clothes and soap, housing, cars, yeah, cars, no joke. Henry Ford built a car of hemp. It's time for us to do it again. People be employed with balanced farming as it's meant. Right now, it's time for hemp. Hemp is a true necessity for the wealth and protection of this country. These are words of Jefferson Thomas. He grew hemp. Why not us? It's time to lift the hemp ban. It's time to lift the hemp ban. Yes, we can. I know we can. We can make a difference. Yes, we can. Yes, I know we can. We can work together and lift the hemp ban. Look at all that money. Yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for you. Don't cut trees for paper, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation. Yeah, it's time for hemp.
Time for Hemp is a Pace Radio Network content provider. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace Radio.
Coming to us from Marijuana Moment, DOJ could ignore Trump's cannabis rescheduling directive, congressional researchers suggest.
But in the days since President Donald Trump signed an executive order on cannabis rescheduling this month, there's been some misreporting that the deal is officially done. But as congressional researchers note in the new paper, the classification must still be finalized. And there's a chance the Justice Department could opt to start the process all over again, or even not even complete it at all. What the president did, though, through his executive action, was to direct the Attorney General to expeditiously complete the process of moving cannabis to from Schedule 1 to 3 of the Controlled Substances Act in accordance with a proposed rule initiated under the Biden administration. Short of that sign-off, cannabis still remains Schedule 1 drug.
Yeah. At the time the executive order was issued, the agencies had not taken final action on the proposed rescheduling, and it remains to be seen whether and when they will do so. This is coming from the Congressional Research Services, and they said this in an analysis published, last week. It remains to be seen whether the DOJ will take final action to reschedule cannabis, and if so, when and how the agency will act. So far, the Justice Department has been silent on potential next steps. Attorney General Pam Bondi did not appear at Trump's signing ceremony for the cannabis executive order, and DOJ has not responded to repeated requests for comment from Marijuana Moment.
Around, yes it do. Ancient wisdom in the ground, family roots run deep and sound. Now I'm working, they be still be playing around, growing hemp just like my grandpa did. Boy, one smile as history turns, bringing back what always rang true. Time keeps turning like the seasons change. Some crops fade while others rearrange. What the past has taught us still rings true. What goes around, grows around. Yes, it do.
In the sun we gather, high and free, feet up, toes in the sand, come what may. Laughter rings out, daydreams fly underneath the warm golden ray. Glasses clinkers reach for the sky, sunny skies on the high we'd fly. Parties alive, no need to hide, in the glow of the bright shining light. Every moment feels like a prize, with every laugh we take a bite. Oh, we're at the Sunshine Candy, high on the breeze, feeling just right. Golden days we're floating by, in the sunshine we're never lonely. Bands play, kids dance, the vibe's tight. Under the sun we're alright.
No worries, just a beat of the heart. In the sunshine, we're never apart. Every moment feels like a prize. With every laugh, we take a bite. Oh, we're at the sunshine party, high on the breeze, feeling just right. Golden days we're floating by. In the sunshine, we're never lonely. Oh, we're at the sunshine party, high on the breeze, feeling just right. Golden days we're floating by. In the sunshine, we're never lonely. I saw you standing there, a spark in your eyes. Rolled up the moment, enjoying the night's highs. One slow inhale and the world disappeared. Lost in the rhythm of a love growing near. Your laughter curled like the smoke in the air. Fingers brush mine, sending chills everywhere. A slow burning ember, a touch so divine. I took one hit and you stayed on my mind. We lit the flames of love and felt their blaze, falling head over heels in the sweet smoky haze. Ignited within a sudden burning desire, ignoring the warning. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Late night whispers, embers glowing bright. Your lips tasted like a dream wrapped in moonlight. Every deep breath pulled me closer to you. A fire that grew with each hit that we drew. We let the moment take us, no fear of the fall. Drifting through clouds, answering love's call. Holding the flame, never letting it die. Getting higher on love as we kiss the sky. We let the flames of love and felt pace, falling head over heels in a sweet smoky haze. Igniting within a sudden burning desire, ignoring the warning. Where there's smoke, there's fire. She sits by the window as day fades to night. The weight of the world's getting lighter. Her shoulders relax as she breathes in deep, and everything feels a bit brighter. The chaos that follows her starts to dissolve, like clouds drifting off in the breeze. Time slows down as smoke rises up and the sun sets low. The evening light brings her home to a place where her mind can roam. Ooh, the evening light brings her home where peace is all she's known. Brings her home. The walls of her room feel warm and alive as thoughts become soft cotton candy. Her smile grows wide as she closes her eyes and lets all her worries run empty. The rush of the day just melts right away, like snow in the springtime sun. Time slows down, the smoke rises up, and the sun sets low. The evening light brings her home to a place where her mind can roam. When in light brings her home where peace is all she's known. Brings her home. Morning brings chaos, afternoon's wild and free. But when evening comes calling, she knows where she needs to be. The evening light brings her home to a place where her mind can roam. Ooh, the evening light brings her home where peace is all she's known. Brings her home. Ooh, the evening light brings her home.
Grandma's got her aches, Grandpa's got his pains. They light up the night, chasing away the chains. Arthritis whispers, but they don't hear the call. With a puff of wisdom, they rise above it all. Backs once stiff, now they sway to the beat. Aging's weight lifted, they're light on their feet. Depression fades, spirits start to soar. Love fills the air like never before. Grandma and Grandpa, they've found their groove, smoking for their joints, making life smooth. The wisdom of time, in the smoke they see the loving world where they're truly free. have taught them life's a fleeting dance. Cannabis opens hearts, gives love a chance. Through the haze, they find clarity anew. The wisdom of time shining through. They pass the torch to the young and bold, sharing stories of love worth more than gold. With every puff, they rewrite the tale. Grandma and Grandpa forever prevail. Grandma and Grandpa, they found their groove, smoking for their joints, making life smooth. The wisdom of time, in the smoke they see, a loving world where they're truly free.
I can't believe all the things we've done. Now life of love has us on the run. You must go your way and I must go mine. Hope we meet again in time. Slowly we young and wild, chasing midnight skies. Hands in a joint, watching time roll by. From backwoods fires to city lights. Every puff we shed made the world feel right. We in every party made the best of nights. Blazing up strong under neon lights. Laughter everywhere through the haze. Living free in the smoky haze. I can't believe all the things we've done. Now I'm in love, that's us on the run. You must go your way and I must go mine. Hope we meet again in time. Through the highs and lows, through the darkest days, you always had a spark to light my way. Passing the pipe when the tears would fall, lifting each other, no words at all. Remember that road trip when nothing but dreams. Hop off the car, let the music scream. We made a promise, sealed in smoke, to stay connected when life spoke. I can't believe all the things we've done. Now that the love's us on the run. You must go your way and I must go mine. Hope we meet again in time. Now you're heading west, I'm staying here. Different paths, but the bond stays clear. So if the road is rough, don't be alone. Light one up, call me home. Maybe someday when the time is right, we'll meet again on a moonlit night. Until then, keep the flame alive. In every spark our spirits rise. I can't believe all the things we've done. Now life lures us on the run. You must go your way and I must go mine. We meet again in time.
Checked in my top drawer, ain't nothing there. Called up my friend Joe, but he don't care. Looked under my mattress, Lord, what can I say? Let all my medicine go today. Let all my medicine go. Empty pockets and an empty mind. Been searching all day, can't seem to find. Knocked on 3 doors, but they all say no. When all my medicine go, all my medicine go. Baby, won't you help me out? Baby, I'm in quite a drought. My head is aching, can't sit still. Used to have plenty, now just life's bitter pill. Call every number that I used to know. Where'd all my medicine go? Where'd all my medicine go? Lord have mercy on my soul. Checked every corner that I know. Where'd all my medicine go? Where'd all my medicine go? A spark in the dark, regret so deep. Worries fade as my soul takes a leap. The world looks brighter, colors shine. A peaceful rhythm of love divine. The smoke drifts high like a dream untold. Whispers of wisdom, stories unfold. The weight of the world feels light as air. Kindness grows where the mind is aware. Marijuana opens the mind and heart, brings us together. not torn apart. Through the haze, the truth is clear. Love and laughter live right here. The past is forgiven, future feels right. Floating in harmony, lost in the light. Each toke a lesson, each breath a song. Finding my place where I belong. No hate, no fear, just peace inside. Letting go of foolish pride. The walls come down, we stand as one. Under the stars, beneath the sun. Marijuana opens the mind and heart. Brings us together, not torn apart. Through the haze, the truth is clear. Love and laughter live right here. Pass it around, let the good vibes flow. Seeds of compassion begin to grow. The more we share, the more we see that life is better when hearts are free. A gift from nature, a sacred spark, guiding the lost out of the dark. One deep inhale, one step ahead. Awakening souls in green we're led. Marijuana opens the mind and heart. Brings us together, not torn apart. Through the haze, the truth is clear. Love and laughter live right here.
Strike a match, let the fire go. Cherry red, watch it burn real slow. Sweet perfume in the midnight air. Your touch lingers, hot sparks everywhere. Roll it tight, take a hit so deep. Eyes like fire, pull me in deep. Smoke and kissing, lips like sin. No turning back, let the night begin. Oh, smoky embers, set me on fire. Feel the heat, burning desire. We're drifting high, no coming down. Right in the flame, high off the ground. Fingertips trace the edge of the night. Bodies tangled in soft candlelight. Every breath, every sigh. melting into the velvet sky, falling deeper with every toke. Lightning strikes in the curling smoke, river pulsing, heartbeats race. One last drag, lost in your embrace. Oh, smoky embers set me on fire. Feel heat, burning desire. We're drifting high, no coming down. Riding flame, eye off the ground. The morning glows in the ashtray light, but the fire still burns from last night. Fingers trace where the heat still clings. One more round, let's spread our wings. Smoky eyes crying, moaning low, like a whisper, soft and slow. Roll another taste, DJ. Let's burn again and fade away. Oh, smoky embers set me on fire. Feel the heat, burning desire. We're drifting high, you're coming down. Riding the flame, fly off the ground.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you. Thank you, Lord, for the medicine. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you for the medicine. I was feeling low, couldn't find my way. Prayed for some relief most every day. Then you showed me truth in a simple plan. Now I understand this ain't no accident. Thank you for the medicine. Thank you, Lord. Thank you for the medicine. Praise His name. Every leaf, every seed is a blessing. Straight from you to you, me. Thank you for the medicine. Hallelujah. Oh, praise His holy name. Yes, yes, Lord, yes, Lord. Thank you for the natural way. Thank you, Lord. I help folks heal, show them what I found. God's green gift growing from the ground. Some folks judge, but they just can't see. This holy herb's what sets us free. Yeah. Thank you for the medicine. Thank you, Lord. Thank you for the medicine. Praise His name. Every leaf, every seed is a blessing. Straight from you to me. Thank you for the medicine. He gave us everything we need. Everything we need. Right here in nature's pharmacy. Nature's pharmacy. Thank you for the medicine. Thank you, Lord. Yes, I thank you for the medicine.
thank you, Lord. I said thank you, Lord, for everything you give. Flames are flickering, the night rolls in. Pass the bottle, let the tales begin. Old songs play on a beat up radio, laughter rising with the embers glow. Memories light up like the stars so high, stories drifting in the midnight sky. One more spark, let the circle stay tight. Ain't no worries in the firelight. We're smoking buddies, side by side, blowing clouds where the good times ride. No need to rush, just let it be. Here with my friends, feeling wild and free. Feet in the dirt, got the sky up above. Sharing the green, sharing the love. Ain't about money, ain't about fame. Just a fire, some buds, and a world untamed. Tales of old days, lessons we've learned. Passing the torch as the fire still burns. Wind in the trees, singing our song. We're here tonight, but the vibe lives on. We're sneaking buddies, side by side, blowing clouds where the good times ride. No need to rush, just let it speed. Here with my friends, feeling wild and free. Ash in the tray, but the night's still young. Another round, let's keep it strong. No place to be, no time to keep. Just rolling slow where the memories meet. Soon the sun's gonna break the spell, but we'll be back, yeah, and we'll tell. Till then, my brothers, keep the fire alive, light it up, let the good times thrive. We're smoking buddies, side by side, blowing clouds where the good times ride. No need to rush, just let it be. Here with my friends, feeling wild and free.
Passing the lighter, a spark in the night. Eyes meeting quick like a flash of delight. Your laugh, it echoes, it curls and it spins. Through this haze, I wonder where it begins. Fingers brushing, the joints getting low. Your smile's brighter than the embers glow. Words drift like smoke, thick in this space. Suddenly lost in the shape of your face. We're like the sweetest haze, hearts igniting in a fiery blaze. Rolling love under the starry sky.
skies. Smoke signals floating where hearts collide. Time moves slower with every inhale. Your touch sends shiver sails without sail. Ashes fall softly like moments we see. Craving the future while lost in what'll be. Your hair in the moonlight, it tangles in time. The universe blurs, but with you it aligns. Every puff a promise, every glance a vow. Can't tell if it's real or just here and now. Breathing you in like the sweetest haze. Hearts igniting in a fiery blaze. Rolling love under the starry skies. Smoke signals floating where hearts collide. Time moves slower with every inhale. Your touch sends shiver sails without a sail. Ashes fall softly like moments we see. Craving the future, well hearts collide. Your hair in the moonlight, it tangles in time. The universe blurs, but with you it aligns. Every puff a promise, every glance a vow. Can't tell if it's real or just here and now. Sweet summer rides at night, windows down and wide. Borrowed dad's old car, didn't drive too far. Just around the bend, with my closest friends, passing clouds of fun, setting summer sun. Where did all those summer nights go? Where did they all go? Like the wind that used to blow through my wild and wasted world below. Those summer nights go. Winding weekend ways through the hazy days. Sweet smoke in the air, not a single care. Radio turned high, stars across the sky, making time stand still, rolling down the hill. Where did all those summer nights go? Where did they all go? Like the wind that used to blow through our wild and wasted world below. Where did all those summer nights go? Cruising por la noche con mis amigos cerca, viendo sin parar bajo las estrellas, la música sonando, libertad buscando en este momento. worth it once again. So we ride tonight, make it feel alright, like we're 17, living in a dream. Where did all those summer nights go? Where did they all go? Like the wind that used to blow through our wild and wasted world below. Where did all those summer nights go? Sweet summer nights.
Hemp is a gift to all mankind. It's good for both body and mind. No toxic waste, no poison ground. In hemp, a true solution's found. A crop so kind, oh pure, so wise. A gift of nature, legalize. In every way on you we depend. Because of you our lives extend. From textiles soft to biofuels, you lead the way, you break the rules. With every fiber you help us soar, creating futures we can't ignore. And not just green, you gold, it's true. In a world of chaos, we lean on you. Almighty and so strong and true, with endless gifts in all you do. From sturdy rope to healing bone, you bring the world a gentle calm. Your stalks can build, your seeds can feed. A plant of peace, a vital seed. You cleanse the earth, you heal the air. A green embrace beyond compare. For clothes and paper, fuel and more, you've served mankind since days of yore. Yet laws once bound you in noble grace. Now freedom can't reclaim your place. So rise again, stand tall and free. A future bright for all to see. With hemp we thrive, with hemp we grow. A greener world begins to show. In every way on hemp we depend. When we use hemp, our lives extend. From textile soft to biofuels, hemp leads the way. Hemp break the rules. Your healing touch soothes pain and strife, restoring hope, renewing life. From anxious minds to weary souls, you mend the cracks, you make us whole. The farmer's cheer, the maker's craft, a brighter path, a greener draft. With every seed finds a land, we break the chains with open hands. Almighty hemp, your time is near. The winds of change are strong and clear. No more shall grieve, suppress your worth. For hemp shall heal and bless the earth. No toxic waste, no poison ground. In hemp that true solutions found. A crop so kind, so pure, so wise. A gift of nature legalized. Hemp is a gift to all mankind. It's good for both body and mind.
Smoking up the good times, feeling free. Rose piano plays like a lullaby underneath the sky. We're high and fly. Sunshine friends, you're smoking in the light. Gospel harmony, singing out tonight. Carefree days we'll never forget. In the warmth of the sun, our love's complete. Laughter echoes through the golden haze. Hand in hand, we'll chase the days. Warmth of the sun, our bond so tight. Together we stand through every night. Sunshine friends, we're smoking in the light. Gospel harmonies, singing out tonight. Carefree days we'll never forget. In the warmth of the sun, our love's complete. Sunshine fresh, we're smoking in the light. Gospel harmonies, singing out tonight. Carefree days we'll never forget. In the warmth of the sun, our love's complete.
Called up my main man Joe, but his phone just rings and rings. Stopped by Jimmy's place down the road, yeah. Said he ain't got those things. Check my jar on the shelf, empty as can be. Scratch my head and ask myself, where's the remedy? Everybody's dry today, so dry. Got me running around in vain. Oh yeah. Everybody's dry today. Lord have mercy. Gonna drive a man insane. Went down to see Miss Kay. She usually does me right, but she just shook her head and say, no, no, no. Honey, times are tight. Called my cousin in the park. Hey, said his guy got busted bad. Sitting here in the dark, getting mighty mad. Everybody's dry today, so dry. Got me running around in vain. Oh yeah. Everybody's dry today. Gonna drive a man insane. Last stop was Big Lou's shop, where luck is always good. But even Lou just had to stop. Said he wished he could. Started walking back home, ready to call it quits, when my phone started to ring. Man, my luck still fits. Everybody's dry today, but someone saved my brain. Everybody's dry today, but good time
times come again. Working Lord, finally got what I need. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Finally got what I need. Thank you, Lord. Under the starry sky we laughed and shared a joint. The moon was full, our hearts began to ignite. We danced in the cool breeze beneath the twinkling lights. In this moment nothing else mattered, just us and the night. We walked along the shore, our feet left prints behind. The stars above like diamonds in the sky shining bright. Each step we took, our hands found each other's. In this dance of fate, love began to take root. The world around us seemed to fade away, just you and me, under the vast open sky. Love blossoms in the wind, so pure and free. Our hearts beat in sync in this magical spree. Stars above guiding us, our love story to be together forever in the night, in the sea. We lay down on the grass, watching the stars above, promising to always be here no matter what. The night was young, the future so bright. With you by my side, I knew I could fly high. We talked about dreams, shared our deepest fears. In this quiet moment, we found our desires. The stars above witnessed our pledge, a promise to cherish every single day, every month, every age. The world around us seemed to fade away, just you and me, under the vast open sky. Love blossoms in the wind, so pure and free. Our hearts beat in sync in this magical spree. Stars above guiding us, our love story to be together forever in the nights, in the sea.
Old man Thompson worked his land all day, same as his daddy did, the old-fashioned way. Cotton corn was all he'd known, till the government man came down that road. Said, we need your help to win this war, hemp for ropes and so much more. Thompson stood there, scratched his chin, said, when my country needs it, I'll begin. Hemp for the Navy, hemp for the ships. Every strand we grow helps our boys come home. Sell our fighting men free. down in the fields when summer came. Thompson learned a whole new farming game, breaking ground and planting seed, learning skills his country need. Neighbors shared their knowledge round, how to work that crop into the ground. Every farm from here to town turned their fields all upside down. Hemp for the Navy, hemp for the ships. Every strand we grow helps the boys come home. Set our fighting men free. When evening falls, he stands alone, reading letters from his son back home, fighting somewhere across the foam, on ships held strong by Kentucky grown. Harvest time brought calloused hands, working with local farming bands, breaking stalks in autumn sun. Everyone pitched into work was done. Thompson smiled with honest pride as wagons rolled out packed inside, and fiber strong and straight and true, doing what Kentucky folks could do. Him for the Navy, him for the ships. Out on the every strand we grow helps the boys come home. Let our fighting men free. Yeah.
Re-rolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
You've been watching Re-rolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Re-rolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.